So
if you have just connected,
swings and roundabouts then.
A very good morning to you if you're watching and listening.
Hello everybody. Do stay with us. It's very lonely up here on the top of the pavilion. As Chappell is in again, bowls to Holland, who pushes this one to Harry Kame, who's more of an extra cover than a mid-off, but either way, he does the fielding. And it's the end of the first over. 0 for 0.
Remembers to switch off the volume on his computer.
2 days and 90 minutes, and the first overs are made.
Fletcher's going to go next door and impart that information to the good folks of Derby and Derbyshire. A lot of changes then for the Leicestershire side. Partly, I understand, due to an illness in the camp. And some of the players who are actually playing in the game are not particularly well. So they may not have been too disappointed, assuming they aren't among the openers. Neither Ian Holland nor Sol Budinger is affected. They may not have been too disappointed to lose the toss and find themselves batting. The pitch does look quite green, as in from the Bennett end comes the very tall figure of the young debutant. Budinger is forward, pushing the ball out into the offside. And there is no run. Scoreboard goes off, which is very helpful, but it had frozen, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of water in the works as well. So much rain here on Thursday afternoon and overnight on Thursday, as Budinger leaves outside off stump, goes through to the keeper. So the pitch does look green, but not as green as the pitch that was prepared for the game against Yorkshire. And so far the ball hasn't done too much. More than turns. 3 slips. Runs in from the Bennett end, past umpire Benton. Budinger tries to steer it out into the offside. It's a little bit slow onto the bat, but it does go wide of Kame at cover, and so Budinger can pick up 1 and does get off the mark. Made a nice half-century at Northampton last time out. Sol Budinger, 56 off 94 balls in the first innings there, but then he picked up a first baller in the second, so very much swings and roundabouts for him. Six wickets at for 87 runs at 14.5 for young Moore in the 2 games he's played so far. Bowls very straight to Holland, who defends carefully, little ungainly in style, pushing it away off the straight out towards mid-wicket on this occasion. And again, there's no run. Again, there doesn't look to be too much pace in the pitch so far anyway. But as I say, given the amount of water that was on the ground Thursday afternoon and evening and overnight into Friday morning, I'm not surprised it's all a little bit soft still out there. There's certainly a few patches of mud on the square. In goes Moore, and bowls slightly short of a length and a little bit too straight, and Holland can just turn it round the corner, nibble it away just behind square, and like Budinger before him, pick up the single that gets him off the mark. 2 without loss. The scoreboard is back with us, as is Dave.
I think they've rebooted it and it went completely blank at one point, which is always good just ahead of an update. Although I did see that there was only 1 run, so it wasn't too taxing. But yeah,
there's clearly a square out as well, isn't there?
Yeah, green one.
That is where the score itself is, but hopefully it won't affect anything. In goes Moore and bowls. Budinger is in position very early, just leaning forward, dropping the ball out into the offside, and there is no run. Umpire Benton hands Moore his cap. The tall young man marches off towards that scoreboard, and Leicestershire after 2 overs are 2 without loss.
I wonder what these two sides hope to get out of this. Obviously, Wayne Madsen, when he bats, will look for a century. A century would take him to 1,000 runs in the county championship for the season. So that'd be another nice landmark for the veteran. Bit more bowling for Harry Moore in first-class cricket. Zach Chappell on 29 wickets so far is going to bowl the next over from the pavilion end. Bowls to Holland, who defends up towards Harry Kane. But the interesting thing for me will be this switch around in the batting order when we eventually see Derbyshire. If we see Derbyshire bat, we're not forced to, of course. That will be dull. We just watched Leicestershire bat for 2 days. That would be put the tin hat on it on what has been a fairly dreadful red ball season for Derbyshire, who will win, if that's the right phrase, the wooden spoon as Chappell bowls. That's wide of the off stump and barely bounces as it goes past the off stump through to Brooke Guest. I think I just answered that. Yeah, I just don't know what anybody can get out of this anymore. I mean, they haven't even started down at Hove, so they might as well call that now, because Middlesex obviously needed to win and needed an enormous turnaround, which isn't going to happen in the Northamptonshire-Yorkshire game, didn't they? So here's Chappell again, bowls. That one is pushed down the ground neatly, and Lewis Rees is giving chase. The ball isn't going to race to the boundary, because I think anything's going to race anywhere on this outfield with the amount of rain that we had on Thursday and again overnight into Friday. But he picks up 2 more there, does Holland, and moves on to 3-4 without loss. The rain on Thursday evening was the most torrential rain I've seen for a long, long time. It really hammered it down. And
all night.
Yeah, yesterday morning when we were here early, there were a lot of puddles on the outfield, unsurprisingly. It's been that sort of summer, really. As Chappell is in again, and Holland is beaten. Oh, it's a drop.
Yeah.
It is a drop. He was looking to play that into the leg side. I thought he was beaten, but the way the ball then moved after and through to Brooke Guest, Holland gets a life on 3. Guest diving to his right. Couldn't pouch it. And Zach Chappell will not be a happy man. I just thought he'd been beaten initially. The angle we're at, and I'm going to start making my excuses now. I'm old, my eyes are bad, and we're not immediately behind the bowler's arm, which we seldom are, as Chappell bowls again, and this one is allowed to go through to Brooke Guest, this time by Ian Holland.
In fairness to Guest, it was a really big marked deflection. He started to go to his left as it jagged back in towards Holland and had to fling himself to his right. Wasn't sure whether might have gone to first slip, but first slip didn't seem to react too much either, did he? So
they were expecting him to turn it into the leg side, weren't they? Brooke Guest had already taken a sort of step to his left, and then had to move back to his right, which clearly put him at a disadvantage, as Chappell's next delivery again keeps a little bit low and is kept out well by Holland. And Zach Chappell has bowled 2 overs, conceded just those 2 runs. 4 without loss after 3 then Leicestershire. Cricket being cricket, of course, we started at midday, so we'll have lunch at 1. That's just mad. And tea is at 3:40 for those of you. So you can come back and get your... I don't know if you must have some kind of sporting match this afternoon on in Leicester or on radio. It's not, Leicester Tigers are playing tomorrow, aren't they? So Leicester City playing today?
I believe they are playing today, yes.
Derby County at 12:30, Burton Albion at 3.
Moore is in from the Bennett end, bowls a touch short outside off stump. Budinger stays on the back foot and plays it firmly out into the offside, but no aggression to the shot. It was defensive. Yes, I think Leicester City might even be playing Arsenal.
Oh, okay.
So, which apparently is a big game.
Is it? Yeah.
The Arsenal.
The Arsenal, yeah. That must be away then. I didn't see... There was no evidence of extra Cockneys in Leicester this morning. Not...
Cockneys support Arsenal, but...
No, I don't think they do, no.
Moore is in. Bowls again a little bit short, and this time Budinger's managed to punch it away through extra cover. He should pick up at least 2. In fact, he'll get 3 easily. 1 for the throw. It didn't quite have the legs to make the boundary there at extra cover. Picked up around about a yard short. And Budinger takes 3, moves on to 4. 7 without loss. Scoreboard again disinclined to register the fact. We shall start looking at the manual, which is always on the button.
It is indeed at the Emirates Stadium. Leicester City.
In that London.
In London, along with other games in London at Brentford and Chelsea. West Ham played an away game in midweek. It was the first time they'd been outside London this season.
In goes Moore and bowls to Holland, who fiddles it out into the offside, realises it's gone into the gap, calls Budinger through for a quickish but by no means dangerous single, and they make their ground. 9 without loss. Holland on to 5. Sort of new combination at the top of the order for Leicestershire. Holland has been going up there. Rishi Patel, obviously the usual other opener, but not playing in this game. No reason given as yet whether he's been affected by an illness which is in the Leicestershire camp. I will try and find out for you. Either way, it gives Holland and Budinger a chance to get to know each other at the top of the order. In goes the very tall Moore and bowls on towards middle and leg. Forward this time goes Budinger, just closes wrists onto that one, pushes it out into the leg side mid-wicket, quickly onto the ball. No run. The trees, the limes on Milligan Road, most of their leaves have gone now, haven't they? They're beginning to look very bare. It's been green down all along there. You haven't been able to see the houses, but you can now. It suggests winter isn't far away, let alone autumn. Sinker is more, and bowls, and Budinger clips him neatly off his toes. It was just over pitched mid-on. Rees has to chase back towards the mid-wicket boundary, slides, picks himself up, slips again, picks himself up again, and doesn't bother throwing it. He's going to underarm it back because Budinger and Holland content with a couple.
I can confirm it was cold in Birkenhead last night. Very cold at the top of the main stand at the home of football. Well, you wouldn't really call it the home of football if you'd watched the game that I watched.
Sun goes behind a cloud as Moore turns, runs in past umpire Bainton, bowls, beats Budinger on the outside edge, leant forward uncertainly, tried to defend it, and it just left him enough to slip through into the gloves of Guest. End of the 4th over. Leicestershire slightly fortunate perhaps, still to be none down. They're 10 without loss. Holland 4, Budinger 6.
It's quite strange out there at the moment, isn't it, with the sun behind a cloud at the far end, at the Bennett end, and it's just sort of glorious sunshine at the pavilion end, but there aren't too many clouds up above, which is good. That'll be Zach Chappell from the pavilion end, in and bowls to Holland, who pushes that one up to Lewis Rees at mid-on. There's no run. Now he's got his hand in the air now. Zach Chappell, he'd been doing this thing, and I asked him about it after one of the recent days' play. Lucky hands. You'll see him when he gets bored in the field. It didn't take long either. I think he raises both of his arms in the air during an over. He's danced during overs. He is absolutely barking. And he's on his way into bowl to Holland. Past umpire Long, full delivery that's punched down the ground. Nicely fielded by Lewis Rees, moving around to his left, who's already got a huge patch of mud caked onto his right knee. Lewis Rees trying to keep that ball as dry and pristine as possible at the moment. Using a proper ball, though, as we did in the last round of matches, so at least that's something. And still got the 3 slips, who crouch down now as Chappell balls and wraps Holland on the pad.
Seamed back in. Bounced a bit as well.
I was thinking height. There was no appeal from either the bowler or those behind the stumps. So no specialist spinner, Jack Morley being left out, and Alex Thompson not in the squad, but they do still have Mitch Wagstaff and David Lloyd, who will almost certainly open the batting together. As Chappell goes in again and bowls. That one is always a slash at that one. Does Holland outside the off stump, misses it, goes through to the keeper. Again, a decent bounce up for that one as well. There are patches, aren't there? There seem to be patches where it'll bounce and patches where it clearly won't. And for a batter, that can be a little bit awkward until you work out exactly which ones you can leave and can't leave. For those watching on television, the pitch we're playing on is the one with the stumps, because that's the only way of working it out. This next delivery from Chappell is defended by Holland straight back to the bowler. A few people in. Hardy souls who want to eke the last couple of days of cricket out of the summer. Everybody, I think, has tried to find the sunniest spot, which is away to our right, next to the meet.
Yeah, down in front of the pavilion, it's rather pleasant.
It is.
You're out of the wind.
Yes, a northerly wind. 10 without loss, in goes Chappell again. Oh, that one leaps. Hello. Dangerous pitch. 10 without loss at the end of the over.
Abandon the game.
Holland has 4. It's too late now. I'll never get to Blackpool. Budinger has 6. And we've had 5 overs so far, but we have seen balls that have jagged, and we've also seen a little bit of variable bounce, which is no bad thing if you've only got 2 days to complete a game of cricket. I'm not sure Wayne Madsen will be delighted by that necessarily, because he needs that 100 runs, of course, to get to 4 figures, but might make it a spectacle. And still more people come in. The word is getting around. Nothing else happening in Leicester this afternoon? Probably.
Harry Moore then continues from the Bennett end, bowls a full toss to Sol Budinger, sees it early and doesn't try and overhit it, crunches it away very straight to the offside for a very pleasant 4. He's a lovely looking batsman, like so many left-handers, Sol Budinger, and that was very correctly put away. Just didn't get that one right, young Moore.
No.
He's made a good start to his career though, hasn't he?
He certainly has. Yeah, so he's near the top of the averages, isn't he?
You're excited about him?
Yes. 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 Just depends how long they can keep him, really. 6 wickets at under 15.
Yeah.
Played for the England under-19s in the same team as Flintoff and Vaughan, which is why some of the national people have seen him.
And he comes and bowls short and wide this time, and Budinger up on his toes, cracks it away through extra cover. Might just have the legs. It's got there.
Harry
Fractionally before came, who'd gone into his slide on his side as he closed in on the ball, but it just had enough to beat him. So consecutive boundaries to Budinger, both hit rather stylishly in their very different ways.
2 poor balls, though.
Yes, they were.
A full toss and one that was far too short on this pitch, which isn't going to really terrify anybody by the look of it.
It sat up nicely, didn't it? But you've got to put them away, and Budinger did that. Well, Moore's going to go round the wicket. He must have played with Alex Green then. Green will have played in the England under-19.
They played that test match against Sri Lanka. He played in that.
So yes, he did. So they'll know each other.
Yeah.
Must have been a terrifying sight. Green is as big as Moore, and wider if anything, and
solid, isn't he?
Those two charging in. In he goes round the wicket to Budinger again. He's over pitched, and again he's been driven. It was a half volley, and that one is going to go to the boundary as well. Came, sort of fell to his right, but knew he wasn't going to get across there in time. So Moore's conceded through boundaries the first 3 balls of his 3rd over, and Budinger has tucked in 3 poor deliveries, and they've all gone to the boundary. He's gone on to 18 off 12. Budinger and Leicestershire on to 22 without loss as a little plane, very low overhead.
Bit of a test this for Harry Moore, who has been reasonably miserly.
In he comes and bowls to Budinger. Again he's over pitch, and again he's been driven. That might just have the legs as well. It does have the legs as well. It wasn't quite the half volley that he bowled the previous delivery, but it was over pitched, and Budinger Well, he says, I'll make it 4 in a row, and does.
First 4 balls of the over have all gone to the boundary on the offside. 3 of them straightish, 1 out to extra cover. And quite often you see Pat Brown have a word with Harry Moore, but Pat Brown is nowhere near Harry Moore at the moment, which is making it slightly tricky. I think he's the man out at cover. He's just had a look at that aircraft, which is over his left shoulder, so it's away to our right. Sounds like he's buzzing us. What's going on?
Moore staying around the wicket. In he comes to Budinger. Looks for the Yorker and bowls one as well. Budinger digs it out, but good comeback from young Moores. Moore, I should say, not Moore with an S.
No S.
As in Bobby.
Yes.
Immediately dates himself. Bobby Moore was a footballer, for those of a younger generation.
Well, you would have gone Henry Moore, but
rather quite a good one.
But Henry Moore only had the 1-0 in it, didn't it? I think.
This is the sculptor.
15th century now.
Oh. Round the wicket goes Moores, and that could be 4 as well, and it will be 4 as well. It was short and wide, and Budinger this time steered it in the air through gully, but he perfectly deliberately, there isn't a gully, so 5 balls of the over went to the boundary. Well, Griff might know, David Griffiths might know if that's a record, but 20 off 1 over, I'm sure it isn't in the county championship, but Moores takes his sweater and his cap and marches off a little shamefacedly towards the electronic scoreboard, which is telling him in very large letters that Leicestershire are 30 without loss, and Budinger moved on from 6 to 26 in that over alone.
I can say with some certainty that's the most expensive over that Harry Moore has bowled, having seen them all over the last couple of matches. His first spell as a first-class cricketer was absolutely terrific down at Northampton. He said, scrabbling for it as Chappell begins a new over, bowling to Sol Budinger, who inside edge, defending out into the onside. No run, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 9. He bowled at Northamptonshire and then picked up a couple of wickets early in the second innings as well, and he was off and running after that, which was good to see. But it's not all going to be plain sailing, and I'm sure he knows that.
As he's just found out.
He'll come through it, though, I'm fairly certain. Here is Chappell bowling a full-length delivery, and it's edged but bounces short of third slip. I think he's Martin Anderson. No, it isn't. It's an Aaron Donald. Anderson is at Gully. Who was I listening to yesterday? Somebody was saying it was a strange light to commentate in. This autumnal light. It's a different. It is different. And I'm going to use that excuse as well. I was very good at them too. It must have been on the radio. I didn't watch much telly yesterday. Chappell is in again, and Budinger leaves alone outside the off stump. It's Holland, of course, not Budinger, because one's left-handed and the other one isn't. 30 without loss. If they'd have taken that catch, things might have been different. That was very much the story at the start of the season, when they were regularly dropping 3 catches in the first half hour of matches. You can't really afford to do that. The slips were very troubled. In fact, Wayne Madsen and David Lloyd both broke fingers. But they're both in there now. Lloyd at first, Madsen at second, as Chappell bowls to Holland, who defends this one up towards Lewis Rees at a very straight mid-on. And there's no run. Pat Brown already just slowly starting to go through his bowling action. I wonder if they've said, Harry, just take a moment. We'll swap things around. Lewis Rees, of course, medium pace. And, of course, Martin Anderson, who's had a pretty decent start to his time at Derbyshire as well. His second spell. 5 wickets for him already this season, as Chappell is in, and that one is left alone. Good leave by Holland. He came on loan for the final 3 matches, did Martin Anderson, but unfortunately one of those matches was against Middlesex, and therefore you can't play against your parent team, which is a load of old nonsense. But he was very noticeably going for nets when Middlesex were in town in his Derbyshire kit, which was good to see. David Lloyd did the same thing when Glamorgan were in. When we went to Glamorgan at the end of last season, he was only on loan at Derbyshire, but was parading around in Derbyshire kit as Chappell's next delivery is just guided down to backward point by Holland. Good over from Zach Chappell. It may even have been a maiden. He's bowled 4 overs now. The scoreboard's not going to help me out at all. Thanks very much. It was a maiden. Of course it was. 30 without loss. And Pat Brown is coming on.
I'd been tempted to give
him another go.
Just to
so he's not stewing on a 20 run over.
Just to get it out of his system, so to speak. But an immediate change from Lloyd. Former Worcester man, Pat Brown. So just the was that 3 overs then for
3 overs for 28. So 2 overs for 8 and 1 over for 20. I suppose the other thinking is, of course, that they're going off for lunch at 1 o'clock. So it's not exactly you can give everybody 3 or 4 overs and see who does the best. You'd hope to see Martin Anderson at some point.
Brown first though, in he goes, bowls, very full to Budinger, and well, same old story. Just outside off stump, and Budinger plays it beautifully, punches it back past Brown and past the stumps, very straight to the offside boundary for 4th, who long off, a very straight long off. He's played some glorious shots this morning, Sol Budinger. But as one or two Leicestershire supporters will point out, he's usually very good for a beautiful looking 25 or 30, and then can he go on? He made a half century, as I mentioned, against Northamptonshire last time out, but then got a first baller in the second innings, so he'd love to go on, I'm sure. In goes Brown, bowls to him, he's forward, thick inside part of the bat, sees the ball roll out towards mid-wicket, where Moore is fielding. 34 without loss, Budinger on to 30 from 17. He's got a start again.
Well, you talk about hundreds before lunch, don't you? If he could get 50 before lunch, that would be quite impressive. When he's well on the way, with half an hour still to go.
Brown is in and bowls. Might have just have swung in a little bit. Budinger on the back foot waited for it and turned it out towards mid-wicket again. Turned his wrists on the ball, pushing it out towards Moore. Budinger just his 5th first-class innings of the season, 13 and 18 against Middlesex at home, and 56, and as I mentioned, 0 against Northamptonshire last time out. He was a little bit unlucky because he made runs in the pre-season games, but he didn't get a start at the beginning of the season and then had to wait until the white ball came along. Brown is in, bowls down the leg side to him, steps inside the line, gestures at the ball, but no more than that, and taken by Guest and then immediately thrown vigorously underarm out towards Moores by Guest.
Holland has faced 27 deliveries for his 4. Budinger 19 deliveries for his 30. That's quite impressive.
Holland probably muttering to himself about I'm trying to see off Chappell, who's bowling beautifully. You've got people bowling half volleys and long hops to you at the other end. In goes Brown and bowls and crunched back to him on the drive by Budinger, but straight into the middle stump at the non-striker's end, and that probably saved 4.
Too good. Too good. I think Pat Brown turned around and applauded the stumps then. It's the kind of thing that Pat would do. He and Zach Chappell have a burgeoning friendship going on.
A bromance.
It looks like that, yeah. It was an Aaron Donald to start with, but
Brown is in and bowls. That's a better delivery. Swings in a little bit again to Budinger, who started to go forward, went back and defended it out into the offside. End of the over from Brown. First went for 4. Fifth might have done, but didn't. Otherwise, pretty solid start on the part of the Derbyshire Seamer. 34 without loss, Leicestershire after 8.
Already David Lloyd has collected Zach Chappell's sweater and cap, so he can hand it to Nigel Long, the umpire. Neil Bainton is standing at square leg. He's standing at the Bennett end, with Nigel Long at the pavilion end. Still 3 slips, which is good to see. When nobody can lose this game. Well, they shouldn't, as Chappell bowled. That was a foolish delivery, pushed out into the offside by Holland.
There was some suggestion, wasn't there, that there could be a double innings forfeit. Leicestershire bat
Not
first.
from anybody sensible, as I recall.
But it used to happen, didn't it?
Yeah.
And then Derbyshire forfeit their first innings, Leicestershire forfeit their second, and
Well, if
they bat Leicestershire bat today, Derbyshire bat tomorrow.
Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Can happen.
Yeah, won't. Here's Chappell, bowls to Holland again, pushes this one out. Foolish delivery into the offside, where Harry Kame fields. People used to make people follow on in the old days. That's gone out of fashion. Now that everybody has their GPS in the back of their shirts, you can't get into the red zone. Can't bowl if you're in the red zone. You have no idea what the red zone is, but you can't bowl if you're in it. Some can't bowl when they're not in it. Here is Chappell. Bowls, and it's defended again by Holland. You're right. Chappell is bowling nicely and Holland is defending stoutly. But it's like 2 different games, isn't it? One at this end, at the pavilion end, and one at the Bennett end at the moment. Zach Chappell in his 5th over has conceded just 2 runs, which is a good effort by the man who cleaned up at Derbyshire's awards night a week yesterday, unsurprisingly. And he goes in again, and Holland drives. That's going to be 4 runs. The first boundary off Zach Chappell. Nice shot from Ian Holland, straight down the ground, in between the stumps and the mid-on. Lewis Rees, who can do no more than go and collect the ball. Holland moves to 8. It's 38 without loss.
He did make the point, Chappell, didn't he, when he was warming up, that his bowling, the number of runs he conceded would depend on which of the 2 batsmen he was bowling to. He said it could be 8 and over if it's Budinger, who of course he knows from his Nottinghamshire days.
Indeed.
Former teammates.
His next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Holland. We say teammates, clubmates might be a better way of putting it, because they just scooped up all the local talent, didn't they, and dumped them in the second team. I suppose he was a second team teammate on occasion. It is the Nottinghamshire way. They will not be relegated this season, I don't think, now, having taken their first innings beyond 439 for 8. So no more bonus points to be had there. As Chappell bowls, that one flies through to Brooke Guest, who takes it really about chest high. The ball having been left alone by Holland. 38 without loss at the end of the over, with Holland on 8, Budinger on 30, and just 25 minutes until lunch. About time I could do the rest. I don't know about the players, but I'm absolutely shattered here. I've done nothing for 2 days and nothing for 90 minutes this morning. They deserve a rest after an hour, I always think. Utterly pointless.
Won't stop us enjoying our fish and chips.
No, it won't. No. I'm not suggesting I won't enjoy it, but 2 o'clock would have been a good idea, wouldn't it?
You would have thought they could fiddle with it a bit, wouldn't you? But a bit more than they have. In goes Brown and bowls to Budinger, who turns him neatly off his legs down towards wide-ish long leg, who's still got his Zach Chappell, that is, his jumper sort of perched around his neck. He hadn't actually managed to pull the sleeves down, but well, he still did a perfectly adequate job of running round in front of the meat, picking up the ball and getting rid of it into the gloves of guests. So no harm done. He still hasn't, because he's now having to run down to long leg for the right-hander, of course. This is the first time Holland has faced from the bench. Well, he's taking guard at the...
I think it is.
So it could be the first time in 9.1 overs he's been put through the ringer by Chappell. Now he's going to face Pat Brown. He's going to face the bowling from the Bennett end for the first time. Brown is in, bowls to him, bowls a bouncer, quite a high one as well. One for the over immediately, says umpire Bainton. He'd have done well to get anything on that had he tried to ramp it over the slips. He didn't, just let it go through. He remains on 8, Budinger 31, 39 without loss.
I think Chappell was trying to put his second sweater on because he might be finishing, or might have finished. Martin Anderson was just stretching himself out at just slightly backward point.
Brown down the gentle slope, bowls outside off stump, comes back in and a slightly flat-footed attempt to flay it away through the offside, and he's beaten on the inside edge, I think, there. Came back in towards him a little bit, Holland. Not for the first time today. He's slightly fortunate to get away with one. Brown working up a bit of a head of steam now. I think they're still struggling a little bit with some of the cameras, because we're not getting the behind the arm feed. Well played that one by Holland, because it leapt on him and bounced on him a little bit. Well bowled as well by Brown. Banged it in hard, and Holland, taking his bottom hand off the pad as he did so, just managed to ride the bounce down towards gully.
There you go. You were talking.
Point.
Sorry, Richard. No, you were talking about forfeiting. Glamorgan 381 for 4 declared and forfeiting their first innings.
Yeah, they've taken that off the scoreboard now. So whether it was a suggestion, but
no, it's there
happening,
now. And Gloucestershire in their second innings, having forfeited their first, are 19 for 1.
Well, okay. In goes Brown and is driven, but not with sufficient force to beat Rees at mid-off by Holland.
Do you think it might be controversial? I think it's a great idea.
Well, as I said,
personally,
it used to happen quite a lot in these circumstances.
Yeah.
And he doesn't mind Notts being relegated. He says it keeps Peter Moores in his job and thus prolongs their abject failure for another season at least. In goes Brown and bowls, and the thick inside edge from Holland. It runs or trickles just in front of square on the onside. There is no square leg, so it's an easy single for Holland, and well, it means that he's going to keep the strike from the pavilion end here. But there is a change of bowling, so you're correct, Anderson is coming on, so he will hope for a different, perhaps the odd looser delivery from Anderson earlier. Holland, who's moved on to 9, 40 without loss, Leicestershire after being put in, and they'll be pretty pleased with the start, really. The pitch, as ever at Grace Road, can look as green as it wants and still won't necessarily do all that much, though it did against Yorkshire, but that was really even greener.
Martin Anderson, who took 5 wickets in the game at Northampton, his only previous game. It's his third game for Derbyshire. He had a little one-game spell on loan in 17, I think it was, might have been 18. He did well in that one as well, and Middlesex recalled him straight away. But he's here for next season and beyond, Martin Anderson. So Middlesex said, well, we can't afford to pay players. Full stop. No, we can't afford to pay players who aren't going to be playing, so you might as well go if Derbyshire want you. And they said yes. And he's going to start by bowling to Ian Holland at full toss down the leg side. Excellent work from Brooke Case, diving away to his left. Bowlers have just struggled a little bit on occasion with line and length. He's quite sharp, Anderson. Good acquisition, I think. As look to improve next season. Can't get any worse, of course. That one is a full delivery. That he slams his bat down on Holland, and such is the spin as he meets it on the half volley. It trickles into the offside where it's fielded by Harry Kame, and there is no running. Get in touch with us in the usual way if you want. If you don't want to, don't do it. That's quite a simple process. As Anderson bowls, that's a good delivery. It beats Holland, who is, having been put through the ringer by Zach Chappell for the most part, is now discovering that the ball's doing a bit for Martin Anderson from the pavilion end as well, which is probably not what he was hoping for. He remains on 9 off 41, but it just slowed down a bit after that ridiculous over in which he took 20 runs off poor old Harry Moore. As Anderson's in again, there's another full toss down the leg side, and Holland's rather missed out there. Anything on it and it would have just run away down to the fine leg boundary, but he couldn't lay a bat on it.
He's not been on strike, has he, Budinger, for at least 2 overs now?
No.
Holland's faced 42 deliveries, Budinger 22.
Which is not reflected in their individual scores. But it's a team game. All about the team. Next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Holland. In comes Kame to do the fielding. They might have over-stewarded today. Although there aren't too many stewards visible, but there are 2 away to our left who are enjoying a right old conversation, but there isn't anybody, any member of the public within about 400 yards of them.
There was a chief steward in orange who was at the gate when you come in from the...
Oh, the one who keeps
Curzon
calling
Road.
me the Derbyshire scorer. Yeah, I need a proper word with that boy. In comes Anderson, bowls, and that one keeps a little bit low, it seems to me. Holland does well to push it out into the offside, and Martin Anderson's first over is a maiden, 40 without loss. Leicestershire.
It was a mixed bag, wasn't it, from Anderson? A couple of full tosses that he got away with, but a couple of testing deliveries. Out comes a member of the ground staff with, I suspect, a bucket of sawdust. Brown reaches into it and plucks out, yes, it is sawdust, nothing unexpected. What else could he have brought out of the bucket? Who knows? And just spreads it quite delicately on the crease. Stamps it in, like all good club cricketers. Budinger will be on strike for the first time for some little while. Fastens his gloves, rolls his shoulders. How many overs are we going to get in this session then? Probably another 4 at the very most. So we're going to probably only have 15 overs, something like that.
Well, it should only have 16. Should only have
Should
16.
Be 16, shouldn't it?
So if they got to 15, I think that would be a triumph for Derbyshire.
Brown then bustles in and bowls 2. Budinger again over pitched and driven, timed nicely, but more or less straight to mid-off on this occasion. So no runs taken by Budinger, but he continues, as I say, to famous last words. Look in the mood, in the zone, the red zone that you were talking about. Perhaps.
Oh, I don't think he's in that.
Mustn't be in that.
No, if you're in that, you're in trouble. Worst place you can be.
Harry Kame rubs his hands together at mid-off, having fielded that one. Brown is in again, and Budinger is going to pick up a run this time because that one was just drifting on towards the legs of the left-hander, and he worked it wristily, slightly wide of Rees at mid-on, out towards a straightish mid-wicket, and jogs the single, moves on to 32-41 without loss.
He seemed to shovel that one a bit, didn't he? I mean, I wouldn't like to face Pat Brown. Full stop, if I'm entirely honest with you, because he is sharp.
Turns in front of the Turner centre, runs in, bowls 2. Holland slightly short outside off stump. Holland tries to smack it away through point, gets it a little bit wider, and it runs more or less straight to Moore at a deepish cover He'd given himself a few extra feet there, Harry Moore, and as well he did so. Brown looks at the ball in his hand, turns, elbows jutting, runs in, bowls, and punched back straight through the onside by Ian Holland, but didn't really have the power, didn't quite put his weight into the shot or time it as well as he would have liked, and so came able to get across from mid-on, almost behind the stumps, and make a fairly comfortable stop.
Came able. Nice.
Yeah, it didn't occur. Came and able. Brown in, bowls down the leg side, and again, nice take by the athletic guest, leaping across to his left. Just melted into his gloves. There wasn't really a sound. Always a good sign. But again, Holland rather misses out. Not always easy to get them away down the leg side. And that one did at least pitch. It wasn't the full toss variety. Rees claps his hands at mid-off, somewhat wanly, as in goes Brown and bowls outside off stump. Holland half a stride forward, but leaves the bat raised, and then it having gone through to guess, the ball that is, takes his bat through the line of the ball. A shot he didn't play. He remains on 9 off 48. 12 overs have been bowled, and Leicestershire, not too many issues really, have moved on to 41 without loss.
Yeah, Holland dropped on 3, but he's only added 6 more since then, personally. It's what it does for the morale of the bowling team now, isn't it? You get a wicket early and all of a sudden the whole innings changes, the momentum of the innings changes. And unfortunately, Brooke Guest couldn't cling on. Martin Anderson, who's yet to concede a run, will bowl his second over from the pavilion end.
Brunchy suggests the ground staff might have been bringing the bucket out to try and get some donations out of the Derbyshire field towards Leicestershire's depleted club funds. Take a bit more than that.
As Anderson goes in again, and that one is clipped away nicely down towards fine leg. There is a fielder down there. It's Harry Moore. And they go through for a single. Buttigieg moves to 33, 42 without loss. If it had been really bright, it'd have run out to the middle, then accidentally tripped and deposited the entire bucket of sawdust over the pitch, and could have all gone home. Here's Anderson in bowls. That's defended by Holland, who is clearly determined not to lose his wicket under any circumstances, having been dropped on 3. Played one really nice drive down the ground off Zach Chappell, but nothing else particularly aggressive. Just the 2 slips for Anderson, a gully, backward point, as he bowls to Holland, who clips it really nicely into the leg side, but straight to Pat Brown at mid-wicket, who took a chunk out of the pitch somehow, but he's fixed his divot. Martin Anderson just checks his spikes. It's the kind of day when you can collect a lot of debris. Softish outfield. I mean, it's not too soft, clearly. As Anderson is in again. That one is cut and caught. No, dropped by Nyron Donald this time. So Holland gets a second life. This time on 9. It was quick to Donald, but he seemed to get both hands to it. Then the ball looped up in the air. They've gone through for a single. My work will be checked by Richard Ray.
Yeah. Maybe didn't go quite as quickly as he thought it was going to. It looped a little bit well to his right, but it looked as though he got both hands to it.
I think he did, yeah. Here is Anderson again, bowling to Budinger this time, who pushes this one out. That might go all the way to the boundary for 4. He's just eased it away, really. Very square on the offside. Beat Mitch Wagstaff, and Pat Brown collects, and Budinger picks up another boundary. He is playing a different game. That's his 7th boundary. He moves to 37, and it's 47 without loss. What over are we in the 13th? Just for my notes. But in your 37 off 26. Waits now as Anderson bowls to him, and he's slashed at that one. It's gone to the left of an Aaron Donald this time at gully, and raced away to a wide third man for 4 more. He moves to 41, and the half century's up for Leicestershire there. 51 without loss after 13 overs. Budinger 41, Holland 10.
Catchable height, but just too far to Donald's left. First sort of slightly flaky shot that Budinger has played, really. Loose shot, really. All the other boundaries have been beautifully hit, but that, well, he was sailing a little close to the wind on that occasion, and slightly fortunate. 50 partnership, a 50 opening partnership. Goodness. Brown, as we close in on lunch, closes in on Ian Holland, but he turns him nicely off his legs, slightly short of a length delivery. Down to Chappell in front of us here at long leg. 1 taken, Holland on to 11. Having faced 52 balls compared to Budinger's 41 off just 27 balls. Some work going on down.
Nothing's happened for the last 2 days. Now we've had an aeroplane buzzing us and somebody with a mechanical device away to our left somewhere.
On Milligan Road, one of those little businesses perhaps. In goes Brown, bowls short, pulled around the corner, down towards deep backward square. Swiveled on it very elegantly. Sold Budinger, but it is just one. There is a fielder down there at backward square on the boundary. 1 taken, Budinger onto 42, 53 without loss. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what the reaction to that set-up game, the forfeit game, is. If it's not negative, well, maybe Leicestershire and Derbyshire will think about something similar as that one from Brown. Again, comes back in slightly and beats the flat-footed Holland as it seams back in, and it's taken low by Guess, and not actually taken cleanly, almost on the half volley. And Holland, who was wondering why Budinger doesn't get some of these deliveries, wanders down and prods rather frustratedly at the wicket. He remains, though. He's on 11, having been dropped twice on 3 and 8. Brown is in and bowls, fullish, and leaning forward rather than taking a big stride is Holland, defending it solidly enough out to Harry Kame at mid-on.
Might get a couple more overs. It might only get 1 though.
Balls in this one to go, 2 to go in this one.
Ought to get yeah, ought to.
Brown, knees pumping, comes in, bowls short, and it's a decent bouncer, sharpish, slightly leg side-ish, but Holland plays it well by ducking.
Didn't get up very much, did it?
Didn't. It was a good duck, wasn't it? It was a sort of a squat duck, so bent his knees, he didn't just bend his torso, and as well he did. If we get all 80 overs, it'd be a late finish, you know. I'd be a little bit surprised.
Not a chance.
Sun sets at 7, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Brown is in and bowls slightly short of a length, just outside off stump. Holland stands up and steers it rather than punches it away into the offside, where Harry Moore is the fielder. It is Harry, isn't it?
It is.
And there is no run. End of the 14th over, 53 without loss. Anderson obviously will continue from the pavilion end. It's 12:56, so it's going to be a
Touch and
close
go.
one.
Touch and go.
Touch and go.
It was Thomas Moore I was thinking of before, not Henry Moore. Henry Moore is the sculptor
He
who's
is.
got stuff at the Yorkshire Sculpture Park, hasn't he, in Wakefield?
Yeah. Well, he's from Castleford.
Yeah, lots of things with holes in.
That and the rugby league team.
That don't look like objects. Yes, oh yeah.
Is what Castleford's famous for. Henry Moore.
Glass. Famous
Yeah,
for its
that's
glass.
true. Yeah.
A couple of good pubs there as well. Here's Martin Anderson bowling to Sol Budinger, who just drives it gently up towards a very straight mid-off.
I think that big indoor ski centre, that slope you see on the motorway,
Yes,
is
that's
counts as
Castleford,
being
isn't it?
Castleford
Yes,
as
it
well,
does.
doesn't it?
Yeah, Cas Vegas and Ponte Carlo. It was going to be all, but the Prince of Wales pit that's on the other side of the motorway to the indoor slope was going to be all sorts of things, but it's just basically a country park now. That was a huge concern. As Anderson is into Budinger, who's edged and dropped by Wayne Madsen. No,
Wow.
David Lloyd at first slip. Beg Wayne Madsen's pardon. Budinger dropped on 42. So there's the 3 drops inside an hour.
You said it, yeah.
Quite often they were inside half an hour, but this time it's inside an hour. Dropped on 42 by the skipper, David Lloyd.
Almost got it. I thought he'd got it at the second attempt.
Yeah,
he
I
knocked
did.
it up first, and then his right hand came under it and couldn't hang on.
Drops in successive overs off Martin Anderson, who's in again to bowl to Budinger, who pushes this one up to Zach Chappell at mid-on. It has been an issue all season for Derbyshire. My list of drops is next door, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if that wasn't 30 now.
It's a lot of extra wickets to take, isn't it?
Too many, but it is when you're losing by an innings on a regular basis. Here is Anderson. Bowls to Budinger, one that's very full, turn into the leg side. Anderson actually fields off his own bowling at mid-wicket, saving Zach Chappell the effort of running around from mid-on. I'm not sure that's entirely how it should work. Budinger moves to 43, 54 without loss with 2 balls to go and 12:59 on the clock. They're going to bowl 15 overs in the morning session and then have a very lengthy break for some fish and chips. Let's hope not the bowlers don't have a pudding as well. Anderson on his way in from the pavilion end. Penultimate ball of the session. Bowls to Holland. Hits him on the pad. No appeal from Anderson. Stifled appeal from behind because it wouldn't have hit the wickets. And it remains 54 without loss. Nigel Long has just checked his wristwatch. Neil Bainton.
Sure, they go by the.
Yes, I know. Yeah, he was perhaps telling everybody that they might have to hurry up to get this ball in. But now it's been dropped
Neil
by Zach
Bainton is
Chappell.
standing a good extra few yards back at square leg, isn't
well,
he?
the time's already ticked over. Neil Bainton doing a bit of gardening out at square leg. As Anderson is in, bowls to Holland, who turns that one into the leg side, and I'm fairly sure that will be lunch. In fact, Neil Bainton's not even bothering going to the stumps. He's just making his way off, and it's been a good morning for Leicestershire. 15 overs have been bowled. No wickets have been taken, although Holland has been dropped twice and Budinger once. He has 43. Holland has 11, 54 without loss.
And we will be back with you in around about 35 minutes' time.
Yes, apologies for the heavy breathing. I've just walked up the steps again and taken my my lunch plate down, which Richard very kindly brought up during the interval. Pat Brownlee bowled 4 overs before lunch for 9 runs. He's going to continue from the Bennett end. I've got to move that, blimey. Here he comes into bowl to Sol Budinger on 43, and it clips out. It's gone now. He clips that into the leg side, and they take a single, so they're up and running in the afternoon. Budinger moves to 44-55 without loss.
And it looks like we've got the cameras up and probably working now as well. So 2.5 days in.
Don't rush it, do you?
Brown then continues from the Bennett end, bowls to Holland, just leans forward on off stump, dabs it down into the offside, remarks his guards, scrapes a little bit of dirt away. It's been a battling 11 not out from the part of Ian Holland. 59 balls he's faced, but I used to talk to Paul Horton about this. Horton used to sort of come in after getting sort of 30 or 40 off, 70 or 80, and I always think the openers don't really sometimes get the credit they deserve for sort of taking some of the shine off the ball. They really do sometimes have to work very hard, as Brown is in to Holland, who again defends. No, he calls as he blocks it down. He's pretty at the order in openings. A lot more times it's easier for those going in a little bit later. It'd be interesting to see what the Leicestershire batting lineup is. Remember, a lot of changes for the Foxes. Debut for Alex Green. First start of the season for Harry Swindles. The One Day Cup Hero Final. In goes Brown, bowls on off stump, dab down into the offside. Defensively again by Ian Holland. Slightly angled bat, slightly outside part of it, down towards sort of backward point region where Martin Anderson is the fielder. Anderson, one of 3 Derbyshire players who saw catches dropped off his
well, only 2, because they dropped 2 off him. In successive overs, yeah. In successive overs. I'd be thrilled with that.
Could have had both openers. In goes Brown and bowls out, stands up tall, tries to crack it away through the offside. Doesn't time it come off. Remedji and bounce who will be instead of Holland, and judging by Brown's sort of body language, he was cross with himself after bowling that delivery. I think he probably did. Square legs gone back. Sorry, go on.
No, I think I've just met Ben Cox's dad downstairs.
Okay.
I think.
Possibly.
I'll explain how I'm piecing this together.
In goes Brown and the morning with the of them because tennising off the ball, having defended that out into the side. Square leg and gone back too deep. Back pointless if anyway. He did, and it meant that there was a comfortable single because Brown didn't bowl a bouncer or anything like it. You can't imagine that. But batters are that daft. Think, square leg's gone back. This ball therefore must be a bouncer.
Exactly.
But anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, I was just walking back, and a gentleman walked up to me. You know how that happens when you think, I have no idea who you are. And he says, "The Ken Bruce of the cricketing commentary. Lovely to meet you." I said, "Oh, thanks very much," and just had a bit of a chat. He said, "Yeah. Oh, you were Brad's." Was going. He moves on to 60 without loss. So I'm assuming it was Ben Cox's dad, for obvious reasons. He's the only Ben here who was at Worcestershire, isn't he?
Yes.
Yes, good. Here is Anderson again. In a bowls to Holland, who tries to flick this one away down the leg side, misses out.
Ben Mike was at Somerset. Sorry, at Yorkshire briefly, and we know his dad, and Ben Green was at Somerset. Still is, so. Theoretically.
Yeah. So, doing a bit of my Morse work. I've worked out whose dad I've just met. It was nice to meet him. It's always nice when people are nice to you, isn't it? And they generally are.
No.
I don't. Well, no, I'm not surprised, actually. Anderson again bowls to Holland, who drives it into the ground, back towards the bowler. I reckon that's 30 drop catches now this season. Derbyshire went through and double checked. All have been in the slips, but I would say that 26, 25 of them have been in the slip cordon, that kind of area. And including wicket-keeper Brooke Guest. Obviously the ball is going to go through to him a lot. Some of them have been harder than others, of course, as Anderson is on his way in again to bowl to Holland, who goes back and pushes this one up to mid-off. They spot that it's Zach Chappell, I think, and that makes it a fairly comfortable. Zach bowls pretty quick. He doesn't really get round the outfield particularly quickly, I think it's fair to say.
One of the Leicestershire supporters this morning said to me, Are you back next year? I said,
Well,
we don't know yet.
No, we don't, do we?
We don't know. He said, it won't be the same without you. And I thought, okay, is that good or... I wasn't sure whether that was good or bad.
We will, next delivery is pushed it to point. Yeah, we'll be able to work out what's going on in the cricket for ourselves. Yes. I predicted we weren't this season. Those who are competent. And some of those will be back as well, I have no doubt. But, yeah, yet to be decided. Here is Anderson again to complete his fourth over. Bowls to Budinger, who tries to pull a short ball, is through it a bit quickly, and merely pushes it up to Zach Chappell. At mid-on, it's the end of the over 5 runs from that one. 61 without loss. But 4. I didn't really see any players when I took my plate back downstairs, because they were all getting ready to go back onto the field and play. It would have been interesting just to have bumped into David Lloyd and asked whether he'd seen what was happening at his former club, Glamorgan.
I will certainly ask
we'll get
Lewis Hill. I'm a little bit surprised because Gloucestershire are not, as I say, haven't come across so far as being a particularly sort of, well, the sort of side that's perhaps in around a bouncer Holland underneath it. I say that because at Bristol, Leicestershire offered them 420 in 120 overs in an attempt to set up a game and were turned down, and they batted out for the draw. So the fact that they're prepared to take a risk now, I suppose at the time theoretically it was still at the start of September and end of August, and everybody was still in the race. Brown is in and bowls outside off stump. That is slashed away. Well, he's been waiting for that one, Holland. It was a little bit short, little bit wide, sat up nicely, and Holland, who are in all weathers.
Yes,
Listen.
Absolutely.
No vuvuzela, thankfully.
No, that is good. I don't like correcting people on air, but you did say that everybody was involved in... I think not everybody. I'm watching a team that clearly wasn't involved in anything at the end of August.
Well, yeah, sorry. Okay. Well, yes, most teams were sort of...
Yes, the vast majority of teams probably had a chance, didn't they? But not all.
Brown is in and bowls again a little bit short, but it's a touch straighter. Holland did go onto the back foot and try and work it away through the offside. It was a little bit closer to him, so he wasn't able to time it, and Moores made a comfortable enough stop in the covers. A few people in the I think the Friends of Great by the door is now open for business.
I think it is. I think I heard that.
Hot drinks. I think they've got a lot of cakes because obviously the first 2 days haven't been rained off. So
cooked for 4 days. They're baked for 4 days. They don't cook cakes, do you?
Brown is in, bowls. That's a much better length, straight delivery. But Holland again playing from the crease, no big stride. Yes, sausages in there yesterday. We'll pay them a visit just to encourage them. purely to encourage them.
Do they give receipts?
Don't worry, I'll get them. Brown is in a Lancastrians and bowls a bouncer and Holland ducks underneath it. And there's 1 for the... two for the... isn't it? It wasn't the one there. Signals as such.
Very much from Cheshire, by the way.
Oh, beg your pardon.
Oh, you're all right.
It's dangerously close.
It is quite close, yeah. The bit that I'm from is even closer than the rest of it, I think.
Though I suppose Yorkshire's dangerously close to Lancashire in parts, isn't it?
Well, bless it, Topwood keeps changing between the two.
Right, mid-wicket is going to leg gully.
This is bouncer. That's a bouncer position, isn't it?
Look looks that way.
They haven't taken a bouncer on yet.
Is he the 12th man?
No, it's Mitch Wagstaff.
In go Brown and bowls on off stump, slightly short of a length. Holland stands up, punches it out into the offside, but again doesn't time it as well as he would have liked in a fairly comfortable stop for Moores. But again, in the field positions, putting the man in there, and then he not by delivery.
I think your error was only to have 10 players in the Derbyshire team there on that team sheet. I was leading across counting because I couldn't see the number 22 for Mitch Wagstaff, but he's likely to open the batting with David Lloyd.
I'd have been completely discombobulated had he wandered out there.
I think you could win. Is Martin listening into ball put into single by Harold. There's a couple of one after that. His third over, 5 fours. Sol Budinger took off him. When you think that Budinger's got 44, 20 of those runs came off 5 deliveries, so he's actually got 24 runs off the other 30. Thank you. Here's Anderson. Don't look at me when I'm doing maths. That's clipped nicely by Budinger out towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Over-pitched from Anderson. Clipped away to the boundary. And he moves to 48. 69 without loss, Leicestershire. He is going along at a fair old lick. 48 off 36 deliveries. The former Nottinghamshire man. Looks like Derby County might have equalised.
It was Holland, was it not?
It was Holland, so forget all that. Holland moves to 21. Budinger is on 49. How did that happen? This one's clipped away by Holland this time. He doesn't get all of it. Of course it is because he's right-handed. And he moves to 22, 71 without loss.
The board sold you a massive dummy by having Budinger in orange, and
but then they gave him the 4.
Runs, yeah, and then giving it a run.
No, but that was left-handed and was right-handed. I should concentrate slightly more than I perhaps did. Sol Budinger's on strike. Just 2 slips in place for Martin Anderson, and Budinger drives, but straight to Lewis Rees at mid-off. A pleasant-looking drive.
Nearly always is. Most shots that he plays, really. His score is just 72. And he hasn't obviously had that many opportunities, but it's really, if he can make a score here, it could be an important little innings for him.
Yeah, only his 17th first-class match, isn't it? So he waits now as Anderson bowls to him, and he pulls this into the leg side. It's backward of square. There's a run round the boundary for Harry Kame, who picks up now and hurls the ball back in, but he's in long off. The is for trouble 2 to 47, 73 without. No,
you've got all the shots. You play them beautifully. Don't give it away.
Today could be the day. He's on 47. Anderson bowls to him and he cracks that into the offside, straight to Pat Brown. Leaning back, almost playing it inside out, but no run. End of the over, 73 without loss. Anderson's bowled 5 overs for 24 now, 47 to Budinger, 26 to Holland. And this after Derbyshire won the toss and decided to have a bowl first. It doesn't look a particularly good decision at this stage, but they did drop 3 catches this morning, which clearly hasn't helped.
Yeah, I think Leicestershire would almost certainly have bowled as well first, but well, one of those tosses that may turn out to be a good one to have lost. We shall see. We may yet get a game here if they do the old forfeit thing. Potentially 96 overs more. Brown is in and bowls and short. It onto the bounces nicely, kindly. Good point where Martin Anderson is the fielder. The PA man acknowledged his error this morning, but he said apparently an Iron Donald was also announced as an Iron Bevan at Lord's once.
Okay.
So
he was just doing it so they could say he's done something that happened at Lord's.
Something along those lines, perhaps, but perhaps the only 2 grounds where there's any sort of historical perspective. In goes Brown and bowls much fuller and straighter this time, but Holland leaning forward, playing slightly across his front pad, pushes the ball out towards Wideish mid-on where Kame is the fielder. Younger ones have probably never heard of an Iron Bevan.
Should have done.
Taught in schools, I wonder, these days.
Father of the National Health Service. Creator, certainly.
I always go and pay a little obeisance at the statue in Cardiff, the Bevan statue. In goes Brown and bowls, and on off stump, line and length, but again, Holland.
I prefer the one of the naked ladies, but
Locking you out into the Cardiff.
I don't know if there is one. No.
It's very historic. It's he plays Cardiff City Centre on it. After about 7, but it's other before then.
Oh, I like Cardiff.
Place.
Yeah, it's like Cardiff.
Absolutely.
Swansea was scarier.
Lively, was it?
Oh yeah. I could tell you some stories about Swansea. I couldn't tell you them on air, but I could tell you some stories.
Brown is in, a little bit short and up and towards the body of Holland, but taking his bottom hand off the bat, he goes back and manages to work it away, push away while he's
At Swansea, yeah, pre-COVID.
Never played anywhere other than Cardiff all my time at Leicestershire.
They might be taking something to Neath next year, so there's an opportunity to play at Colwyn Bay as well.
Could happen, yeah. Be fun to see somewhere different.
2016, Derbyshire were at Colwyn Bay. Didn't go particularly well, you might be surprised to hear.
Brown is in, bowls to Budinger, who drives beautifully, and that should be the 4 he needs. It is the 4 he needs for a really fine 50 Sol Budinger. One fortunate moment, dropped
Terrific effort from him. That one moment of good fortune when David Lloyd dropped him twice in the same action of trying to complete the catch.
It looks as though he'd got it at the second attempt, didn't he? Knocked it up. But he was kind of falling backwards.
Yes, he was.
His right hand got under the ball, but just slipped.
Then he's moving away from it as it's still in the air. Horrible, horrible.
Brown in again to Budinger, who defends on the back foot, slightly short of a length delivery, and pushes it out to mid-off end of the 20th over of the Leicestershire first innings, 78 without loss. The Foxes, Budinger, the considerable majority of those runs, and as Fletch says, there is a bit of dark cloud building unhealthily away to the southwest, where the weather does tend to come from. Let's check our apps, because there's been nothing forecast. That said, they said it was going to be sunny all day, and it clearly isn't going to be now.
I don't think they've got the first idea what's going on, if I'm honest. We'll see Harry Moore from the pavilion end for the first time.
Cloudy until 5, well, until 4, and then sun's coming back out apparently.
Okay.
So we might get all 80 overs.
But the sun needs to be out when we get beyond 4 o'clock, doesn't it?
Well, otherwise, yeah, absolutely.
Then it's okay. Just to happen, and the breeds and cloud the moon. And slipping down to his right. No, on options with David Lloyd. Didn't reach this morning yet to see Lloyd himself or Mitch Wagstaff. And then goes Moore again. Bowls to Holland, who drives and doesn't necessarily time it. Nice stop by Lewis Rees. They do scamper through for a single. Again, a little bit over pitched from Harry Moore, who's just struggling to find the right length at the moment. Probably needs to get out sooner rather than later. That one expensive over that I was talking about a little bit earlier on. Bit of discussion going on here between Zach Chappell and Harry Moore, which is good to see. One of the more experienced bowlers talking to the 17-year-old. He's got Pat Brown there as well, just flexing his elbow, which is a equalised. Comedy of errors on the stroke of half time, which I happened to be listening to next door before I did my update. But Norwich have regained the lead through Borja Sainz, somebody I'm not massively familiar with. Goes More, Buttinger on the leg stump just turns it down towards. It's a bit of a feeling out there, if truly told. Thing like being too tall. This looks too tall for Harry Kane, but it's Martin Anderson. It's Martin Anderson. Harry Kane's at cover. I think goes more. No, that makes a lot of difference. And that one is defended by Holland into the ground. Buttinger moved on to 52 with that single previous delivery, 80 without loss. I think he might have been spin ball. Would have put his body in the way. The main thing was that he kept it from going over the boundary. Down at long leg. 2 slips, point, cover, mid off, mid on. A fairly straight mid wicket. Aaron Donald, and the man out on the mid wicket boundary as well. As Moore is in, bowls. That's a short one. Oh, did he go that through? He's guessed. Now third. Just one for Gay. He was a full stretch out of ball and put ball on 29. Gets a life at the end of the over. Leicestershire 81 without loss. If he doesn't go on and make a century now, somebody wants to have a word with him.
So there are now 3 Derbyshire players who've seen catches dropped off their bowling. That the most difficult for sure, but having got there, he'll be, and being as athletic as he is, he'll be disappointed he wasn't able to hang on. Brown in from the Bennett end, bowls to that fortunate Leicestershire batsman Holland, who sort of takes his bottom hand off the bat as he pushes it out into the offside from just outside off stump. Then he suddenly realises that Harry Kane actually isn't going to get there at cover, and it's running out to a deepish point instead. Holland on to 30. 3 lives used.
You might as well use them now, mightn't you?
I was going to say, if not now, you're probably not going to get another bat in this season.
No.
Joins Leicestershire as a full-time player next season. Ian Holland, been here on loan. Now signed titles.
Yeah.
He also might come full-time because he wants to play. Forms. Brown is into Buttinger, who's in the air. Looks for a moment. Wagstaff might be pulling himself left to get out of factory. 56 off 44 balls.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. He's very aesthetically pleasing, isn't he? But he hits the ball very hard as well. It's not all timing. There's a bit of brute force in there, and I think on an outfield that's had as much rain on it as this, you need that bit of force as well, don't you? It's not all timing. Isn't necessarily going to get the ball to the boundary every time, but he's certainly managed to find. Well, he's got 10 of the 14 boundaries. Oh, bit of chat. Wayne Madsen apologises. But it just moves away.
Well, he's matched the score he made again at Northampton. As Brown round the wicket to Buttinger, who drives again. Got that one through, this time on the other side of Wagstaff, and Anderson can't drag it back. Running back from point, consecutive boundaries again beaten by 56 against Northampton last week.
Derbyshire, after just 21.5 overs, are down to 1 slip, having won the toss and decided to bowl first.
Could, I suppose, say that Lloyd has gone in a catching position at shortish,
well, you could
extra
say it.
cover. Get who's Brown and bowls. Drags his length back from round the wicket. And Buttinger defends on the back foot, drops it out to David Lloyd, who bowls an off spin to mid-off.
I would defend your right to say anything you wanted to say, Richard. I wouldn't necessarily agree with you, though. Normally you get a couple of either mid-wickets or covers, don't you, when they don't think the ball's doing anything or the pitch is dead. Well, 2 hours ago you thought this pitch was going to do all sorts.
Brown is in and beats Buttinger with a slightly short of a length ball that just holds its own off the seam, just straightened on him. A touch left him, and taken by Guest as Buttinger fended at the delivery. Couldn't help just ching a length Brown. Buttinger stands back with his bat leaning against his legs, an aggressively pink bat handle.
I reckon
Cover
that's
on
a
his bat
sponsorship thing.
Brown is in. It is a touch shorter, but it's the wrong line. It's onto leg stump. Budinger can go back and just work it out towards mid-wicket. Rees has to move 4 or 5 yards to his left of field, and one is comfortably taken. Budinger 61 without loss, and he has kept the streak for once. Holland 30 not out of 84 balls.
Not a single extra yet. Could be a 100 partnership without a single extra.
But that hasn't happened.
No, it would be relatively unusual, wouldn't it? There's usually a leg by somewhere in there, or so long as nothing.
Well, any sort of record.
Oh, something. Yeah,
Letters.
absolutely. Robert bowling two, who leads this towards back point. Oh, Donald. Found funds of 65, 95 without.
Just go on it.
Well, just banging it in short.
Wide.
Yeah. And he knows it's safe to play it out there because there's only one fielder.
He does not mind hitting the ball in the air, Saul Budinger.
He's handed the ball back by Lewis Rees. As Budinger just does a couple of squats to keep himself. Well, whatever you do squats for, I have no idea really. Way out and push back.
Mind pass.
Yeah, probably not.
Good knee.
I don't think mine anymore. Knees aren't the best.
They sort of build up the muscle around it. You see what I mean?
These knees have been carrying far too much weight for far too long, I think. As incurs more again. That one is just pushed into the offside. They're going to scamper through for a quick single. There's a shot at the stumps that misses. And they get through very comfortable. Without, I didn't realise that David Griffin had taken that photograph of me and put it on the old X.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, slightly disappointed. No, I'm not. I'm just doing my morning video, but I had my new bubble hat on because it was very cold. Moore is in to bowl. Holland, who plays the ball off the inside edge into his pad, dribbles out into the offside, and there's no run. But he actually atted Tranmere Rovers, who so far haven't picked up on it. Come on, boys! I would absolutely love to be recognised by Tranmere Rovers.
Has he not put a hashtag Tranmere Rovers or whatever their
He's put at Tranmere Rovers.
Oh, okay.
And at Derbyshire and at Leicestershire and at Radio Derby, and nobody's picked up on it. Here is more balls. That one is edged and just short of when the ring is left now. Well, not quite the full drop off. I'm sure the replay. Well, I hope the replay would back me up. But it felt short to me from here. Just stick with one camera angle, boys. Come on. Looking at the replay. He scooped it up tried to scoop it off the floor, didn't he, and field it. So he stopped it effectively, but Holland remains on 30, 96 without loss. More bowls, that's cracked to Mitch Wagstaff, a point. And ends the over, 5 off it. 96 without loss. Holland 30, Budinger 66. Moore's put 5 overs. And conceded 36 runs now, including that one over that went for 20. Take that one out and he's bowled okay, but he really didn't get it right in that over. And we're going to see Lewis Rees for the first time from the Bennett end. There we go. Thank you to Random Female as well. I'm not going to read the whole thing out, although I think the fact that she's on people.
I'm on Reds.
Are you?
Yep. Otherwise, engaged dead. Over the wicket goes Rees, who put it back up the on so straight across his right field chapel, and in some meal of it, he's down for it. He's footing a bit and managed to push it away from him. However, it was only ever going to be one. Budinger moves on to 67. Within a blow of that first class best of 72. He's he's down at the striker's end at the moment, having a long chat to Ian Holland. But I suspect that in his time, Holland has probably faced Rees once or twice. Although Somerset and Derbyshire probably haven't met that often. In goes Rees and bowls. He bowls too full to Holland onto the legs, and Holland can just go back, wait, and clip it out to mid-wicket. There is a deep...
They were hammered royally in the T20 a couple of years ago. People may or may not remember. We don't talk about that anymore. But we do talk about the win this season at Taunton, which was terrific. Harry Moore had a big part to play in that.
Rees is in two, but just short, and he has cut it stylishly away to the backward point, well, almost third man boundary, really, for 4. Just 20 points.
The show could have written down on a piece of paper the kind of bowling they would like to face today. I think this is it.
Rees in again, two. Buddinger's trying to turn it down the leg side. Steps across his stumps as he does so, and Madsen at first slip, hands started to go in the air, perhaps implying it could have swung back, bowled him behind his legs. It didn't, taken by Guest away to his right. Well, Chappell bowled well at Holland this morning, I thought, and gave him a fairly severe examination, and had any of these 4 now catches been taken, 3 off Holland, could feel very different. Rees is in and bowls. Budinger gets a thin side edge, it misses the off stump, and it's running down to the finest of fine leg boundaries for 4. Well, that was but Budinger now has his 55 ball. Not the way he looked at that, but he has played some super shots so far. How many 4s is he? It must have been, is that 13 4s? Is
14th, that one.
14th out of 75. That's a fairly high proportion.
I did mention to Andrew Red when we were at Northampton that records against Derbyshire, Northamptonshire and Leicestershire not really worth the paper they're written on.
In goes Rees, bowls short outside off stump, carved away into the offside by Budinger. There is a sweeper out there which tells its own story, doesn't it, really? On the offside, Wagstaff fields and 1 is taken. Budinger keeps the strike, moves on to 76 out of 107 without loss after 24 overs.
1 streaky boundary, but 11 off the over. First one bowled by Lewis Rees. It's going to be Harry Moore to continue. It's currently Wayne Madsen talking to him, just the 23-year difference in age between those two. Harry's 17. You can work out how old Wayne is. He's already contracted for next season. Wayne Madsen.
You'd back in a race or any sort of athletic contest, you'd still go with Madsen, wouldn't you?
No, but endurance, certainly. I mean, he just keeps going. Still as enthusiastic as his batting. To Solbuncher, who leaves the 4 low. He'll smell a first class. We've not got one before. You get to 70, beat your previous best score. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see him slow down a bit here, and I'm not sure that's necessarily the way to go, but it's a sort of natural reaction. You just think, oh, I better be a bit more careful. But he's reached where he's reached by scoring quite quickly, and, well, there we go. He's not going to slow down because he's cut that away. Backward of square on the offside. Chase around the boundary there for the man on the cover boundary, who usually is Pat Brown.
Lovely fielding.
Yeah, he was a really good fielder. And goes for a 1. But he's to 77 at need.
At least for John Mallett sort of prowling the boundary, because when Scott Curry made his maiden first-class century last week at Northampton,
he was in the pub, John, was he?
No photographer was on the ground.
Oh, really?
I'll tell you why in a minute.
Goes more, that's short of a length and turned out towards the square leg boundary by Holland for another single.
They were doing the one-day international record tour there. Look beyond it. Result other than
so next,
so
just have to ask him, got any pictures down? Driving driven past Zach Chappell, and that will go down to the boundary at long on for another 4. Budinger moves to 81 now, 113 without loss. He's showing no signs of slowing down, which I think is good for him. You can get a bit wrapped up and start thinking too much about things.
15 4s. Not only that, because it was the Northamptonshire stream, he didn't have any Leicestershire commentary on it either. Scott Curry's.
Next delivery from Moore is pulled into the leg side. He didn't really time that particularly well, but he's pulled it a long way in front of square. There's a long race around the boundary for Mitch Wagstaff. And he could get back for free. Who's to 460 knots only in 25 and over. As Moore is in again. This time to Holland, again short of a length. He tries to turn it into the leg side and it sort of pops up. David Lloyd is already swinging his arm around, which suggests that we're going to see some off-spin at some point fairly soon. That was the last ball of the over. Holland has 32, Budinger has 84. And Leicestershire are 116 without loss. David Lloyd has actually come across to Harry Moore and patted him on the back to get on his tiptoes to do it, but he patted him on the back nonetheless. And I think we're going to see David Lloyd from the Pavilion end next. But in the meantime, we're going to see Lewis Rees from the Bennett end.
Well, Budinger's strike rate is 130 or 132 at the moment, so to suggest he's calmed down might sound a bit odd, but he has slightly in terms of his approach. But he cites as his main influence in the last year or so Peter Hanscom, who is sort of calmness personified at the crease really, and just keeps churning out runs, or has for Leicestershire anyway. So if Hanscom's influence is anything to go by, it could be why Budinger is finding a certain amount of late success. He waits in bowls to his plays his awkward point dies and reaching to his right. It's an attempt though, and Budinger takes and moves 85. 117 without loss. 85 off 61 balls. Holland 32 off 90.
That's madness, isn't it, really? But
well, the partnership is working. The contrast in styles is, at the moment, not having any sort of detrimental effect on either, it would appear. Bit of a delay while Lloyd and Rees decide on the field, which is one slip and a gully now.
Put Anderson in at gully.
As Rees is in, bowls to Holland, fullish, almost a half volley, but not quite. Driven by Holland, but only as far as mid-off. Lloyd continues to windmill his arms extremely vigorously. The dark cloud is slipping away to the south.
Yeah, we're all right.
Sun back out. We're going to have a late season suntan. Red faces anyway. Redder than usual. Rees in and bowls onto the legs of Holland, and he can work that one away comfortably through square leg, which is unpopulated other than down at deep mid-wicket / deep square leg. The sweeper is out there. Lloyd is quite straight at mid-wicket, so you can work it away. You've got a fairly wide arc in which to do so, the right-hander. Holland takes his single, just showing signs of beginning to play a touch more fluently. 33 off 92 as Rees is into Budinger, a little bit short on off stump. Budinger goes back, works it towards the gully, doesn't really time it though, so Anderson can sort of hop across to his right. That's backward point and make the stop. A rare dot ball for Budinger. He's got Madsen, who's standing slightly wide at first slip, trying to cover first and second, really. Both standing fairly close, though, Guest and Madsen, as Rees is in, bowls fullish on off stump. Little grunt of frustration, really, from Rees there, as it was driven, but slightly off the outside part of the bat by Budinger, so maybe a little touch of swing for Rees, but his problem now is that it's just not quite quick enough to for the swing to really.
He does move it. He does move it through the air.
He should, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
And always has.
Yeah.
Just lacks that sort of half yard sometimes. In he goes and bowls to Budinger, just outside off stump. Budinger goes back, works it into the gap in the covers towards the sweeper, who comes in to meet the ball. But again, comfortable single for Budinger, who keeps the strike, moves on to 86, 119 without loss after 26.
Aaron Donald has returned to the field. I'll pretty much tell you now who's bowling next. It's me. David Lloyd from the Pavilion end, the Derbyshire skipper, who turned himself into an off-spinner, largely due to a knee problem that he's got. And it was good fun watching Nick Webb's face when he came on to bowl off-spin a couple of weeks ago at the County Ground. And the Derbyshire won the County Championship this season. He did many years. In fact, he did the Ronaldo celebration. It's a delight, yeah. The Sue, is it called? He's 86. And first delivery is pushed off the back foot, the offside. Single, brilliant move, let it 220. I
just wonder whether players are slightly thoughtful about celebrating against former clubs. But I remember talking to Ben Rain up at Durham when he'd been given not out when most Leicestershire players thought he'd edged one. I said to Rainey, "Did you hit it?"
Goes Lloyd again, bowls to Holland, who pushes it out into the offside. No run.
He's
no next offside. Listen, Phil. So it was interesting because to David Lloyd, the first game that Derbyshire actually played under his leadership, no play in the game against Gloucestershire, was down at Sophia Gardens. Lloyd is in again, back into his crease goes Holland, pushes it up to Zach Chappell at mid-off. And I asked him, was it strange walking down the steps without the daffodil on your chest? He bristled. There's no love lost. This one is pushed up towards Lloyd again. He left under a cloud. Not under a cloud. In acrimonious circumstances, yes. Shall we call it?
Exactly.
There was no suggestion of impropriety, anything like that. I don't think he wanted to leave necessarily, as this one is pushed into the offside. And there is no run to a tidy enough first over from David Lloyd with his off-spin, 120 without loss. Budinger with that single at the start of it moved on to 87. Holland has 33. It was interesting that when he did move to Derbyshire, part of the reason was to be closer to his family who are in North Wales, and people are going, well, that's just daft. But Derbyshire is considerably closer to North Wales than South Wales, certainly in terms of travel time, because as South Walians will know, good afternoon to all the South Walians watching. You have to come into England to get to North Wales effectively, or you could get your donkey out and go straight over the middle bit, but yeah, it's easy to get. I was nearly in Wrexham yesterday on the way to, I was perilously close to Wrexham, really. No?
Updates for BBC Radio Leicester. A little bit late, but here we go. In goes Rees and bowls to Budinger. No run as he pushes it into the offside. Well, it's a much changed Leicestershire side, partly due to illness and partly due to unavailability, but they've made a decent start to this shortened game. They're 120 without loss after 27 overs. They were put into bat, and I think Leicestershire would have taken the same decision. They would have bowled first on a greenish pitch, but the pitch has played pretty well. Derbyshire have helped them by dropping 4 chances of varying difficulties against the two openers. Ian Holland is 33 not out off 97 deliveries. He's found the going hard, but he's battling away. But Sol Budinger playing beautifully here at the moment. That old 40 centre ball. I think that's made a little bit of celebrations out there. But his best first-class score. He looked nailed on for a century. He's dragging himself from the crease. The Foxes have lost their first wicket. They're 120 for 1. Well, I had to try and describe what happened there during the update, and to be quite honest, I'm not quite sure. It was a lowish full toss, I think. Budinger reached for it and somehow in doing so shoveled it back up in the air towards Rees, who took it, and there was zilch reaction.
No reaction whatsoever.
From any of the Derbyshire fielders. No. There was just somebody went hooray, didn't they? Literally
you did well to spot that it was a wicket. You genuinely did well to spot it was a wicket, and he does look massively disappointed, and so he should. 67 deliveries with 15 fours. He's batted really, really well. But Derbyshire, well, the breakthrough comes from Lewis Rees. He's replaced Budinger by Liam Travaskis. And 120 for 1. Well, Derbyshire are not back in it, but they needed a wicket, and they've got a wicket, which is terrific. Because they didn't look like getting one from anywhere else, if I'm entirely honest with you.
I'm just still trying to work out how he managed to get that ball from where it was. in the air, back down the pitch towards Reese. All chances. And well, excellent job.
He's been that everyone before taking this by who wasn't looking.
Plus, of course, this is in Traverse, but it does swing a little bit on him, and he went push to the outside edge.
I would have been happy to have taken it. But
has had some decent knocks this season, Travaskis, but going in, as I say, sort of much lower down the order. 25 not out last week at Northampton. But then 2 in the second innings. 82 the first game he played. That was at home to Sussex, and then he followed that with 49 at Derby.
Of course.
Reese is in to him, and he bowls, and he draws Travaskis forward, but gets pretty much to the pitch. So third slip now, 1.5, and Anderson's at third with the pads on underneath his whites. No second. Reese is in and bowls, punched away on the drive by Travaskis. It was in the air for a good few feet, and it wasn't so very far from Dave Lloyd. See, but not to move. But to Swedish for 4.
It was a nice shot, though.
Yeah,
Cumbrian. I didn't realise that Liam Travaskis was. I knew he was from
Cornish name,
Durham, but it is very much a Cornish name, isn't it?
Yeah, but a Carlisle born.
Just been nice for him to see people, wouldn't it?
Reese is in, bowls to him, Fuller, but Travaskis, having picked up the 4 of the previous delivery, content just to block that one out to mid-off. End full over for Lewis Reese. Fortuitous wicket, but a wicket nonetheless. 1 for 18 off 3. Leicestershire 1-2-4 for 1 off 28.
Looking around, nobody else is forfeiting anything. Nottinghamshire have got Warwickshire 16 for 2 in reply to 487. I think once Nottinghamshire draw that, we safe, and Lancashire ourselves any favours. He went to shot from 80 for 5, still by 95 runs. 60 for wicket in, beginning of the brilliant end to Holland, who just stepped back and one out to Wagstaff at cover. He picks up a single, moves to 125 for 1, and Yorkshire 1 run behind Northamptonshire, 146 for 1 in their first innings, just 1 run behind now, so about to rack up a decent enough lead up at Headingley, where we won't have to go to next season apart from in the T20, which is great news. Here is Lloyd. That's a really quick delivery, and it's turned away down to fine leg for 4 runs. I just really fired that one through Lloyd onto his pace when he used to bowl that. His hands on his hips, double teapot. I'm not sure what he expected Brooke Guest to do about it, really. He was obviously standing up to the off-spinner. 129 for 1. Lloyd in again. Still haven't had any extras. That one is pushed into the onside, where it's fielded by Martin Anderson. Yes, Martin Anderson. Underneath the lid is an Aaron Donald. As Lloyd bowls, that one is pushed out into the offside. Harry Kame does the fielding. Forgive me, it's only the 3rd match I've seen Martin Anderson in, and there was 6 years between the previous 2. That's Lloyd bowls again. He goes for that big heave there. Travaskis misses it, misses the stumps, not taken cleanly by Guest either. Back foot hadn't left the crease, so it's not a stumping opportunity missed. But Travaskis sort of suggesting to David Lloyd that he's not going to tie him down. Comes in again and bowls. He goes back and pushes this back to the bowler. End of the over. I only know it's the end of the over because Jack Morley's racing onto the field to give Lewis Reese a drink, the 12th man. Jack Morley, quick drink there for Reese, and then he accompanies him as Reese walks up towards the other end because he's going to be bowling. He's just chatting to one of the bowling coaches, given Jack Morley some instructions to say to Lewis Reese, have you tried this? I mean, he's just picked up a wicket in the previous over, and they hadn't picked up one before that. But and now he's going to carry on and run to the far end of the field by the look of it, Morley. Let's get his steps in. He's just doing a tour of everybody. You watched it like the rugby
He did generally
Gay Lewis, no, still
in Holland foolish, but Holland is in for a try. So yes, crack down that, haven't they? Trainers,
they're trying to.
water carriers coming on the pitch with instructions, etc. The showery looking cloud heading in our direction, but as I say, nothing forecast. Reese, little stutter at the start of his run, and comes in and bowls on off stump this time. Again, it's foolish, but straight enough for Holland to push firmly rather than trip. Of course, he's right. Ridiculous though it sounds, we may not need them. We may get to the 80 over mark without actually needing them, despite it being midwinter, more or less. Reese is in and bowls, and Holland leans forward on middle stump. Plays it back down the pitch to Reese.
We've always coming.
Yeah, I don't miss those cold nights at footy grounds. I really don't. In the evenings.
I'm not a big fan, but
couldn't get warm. Do you have heated seats at Burton then?
No.
In goes Reese and bowls, and again Holland content to defend, leans forward, does swing in a bit to him, pushes it out to Lloyd.
Generally, unfortunately, or fortunately, I'm not sure I'd want to.
An hour until tea as Reese is in and bowls, almost a full toss, but again Holland can't time it. He hasn't timed too much, I said, in his inning us to back the bat 34. He ran 103 deliveries. The contrast between the way he was playing and well, both the approach and the way that Budinger was playing was marked in the extreme. In goes Reese and bowls again straight, and again Holland perfectly content just to block it out. Back down the inside, removes his cap, the sun called hate.
Remove his sweater. Let's remove cap, let's remove his sweater. Yusuf Bin Naim is leaving the field. I think he's just come back on. Zach Chappell, I don't know.
Just been off for a comfort break, perhaps.
Well, he's tying his trousers back up, so that is potentially the reason. I don't know. Good old Zach. I might have to shout down and ask him because we can't see the glint. Quite well. Last sun hat, but he was awarded his cap, which is good, nice for him. Here's David Lloyd into bowl to Travaskis, who put the offside delivery new over by Harry Travaskis. The legs might be a little now because one through there in the previous over, and a quicker delivery from Lloyd, who bowls now, and Travaskis pushes it back to the Derbyshire skipper. As I say, is only really started taking his off spin seriously since he suffered a bit of a knee problem. He's in again now. That was a very strange looking delivery. It's cut away out towards the cover boundary, fielded by Pat Brown. Travaskis picks up a single, but his feet were all over the place there. David Lloyd almost looked like he was about to topple over. Managed to stay upright to deliver the ball. 130 for one. Travaskis onto 9. And now the short leg returns. So now Aaron Donald with the helmet and the fielding pads on in at short leg. Mitch Wagstaff going backward of square on the offside boundary. It's off. He's wouldn't made an awful lot. He was moved around. 138, 134 for one. Zach Chappell's doing some kind of strange arm exercise. He probably thinks it's perfectly normal, but it looks strange from where I'm sitting. He's at quite a deepish mid-off. Mid-on and mid-off are both sort of halfway back. That one is played nicely off the back foot. Again in front of square. Another chase for Mitch Wagstaff this time, and he can't get there. He's been pushed backward of square 2 deliveries before. And then back-to-back boundaries for Holland have taken him to 42, and they've both got the offside. And now the short leg has become deep gully as Lloyd bowls to Holland, who defends. A quicker delivery back down the ground towards Lloyd. It's fielded by Harry Kane. End of the over, 138. For 1, Leicestershire. Holland has 42. Travaskis has 9. Budinger, the man out, for 87. And all this after Derbyshire won the toss and thought having a bowl first would be the way forward in what is effectively a 2-day game. Well, it's difficult to see how either side can win. Although Leicestershire get 400 today and then bowl Derbyshire out twice in a day.
Or the forfeit.
Or the forfeit, but I think
the double forfeit.
I think it can't be clear. No, I don't know. Right, I mean, that's perfect sense. It's a bit like that's great. There's one about that.
Shaped, perhaps from sort of middle towards, or middle and leg towards middle. $138 for 1. Excitement levels have dropped a touch since Budinger was caught and bowled by Rees. He's playing beautifully at the time. In goes Rees and bowls. Forward goes Travaskis on off stump this time and defends, playing like a pokes at pitch. It may be to do with illness. I think one or two of the Leicestershire playing team, so obviously some weren't available due to illness, including Rishi Patel. Rehan Ahmed could only play a certain number of games according to his England contract.
Yeah.
So he can only play X number of games. In goes Rees, bowls, turned to mid-wicket by Travaskis. Yeah, of course Charles isn't anymore, because England broke him quickly.
That was a particularly quick breaking as well, wasn't it? It didn't take them long to break him. No, they're doing well there.
Quad injury picked up a good 3 weeks ago now.
He was eating yogurt with a fork yesterday, though.
Yes, he's around. He's and happy, bless him. In goes Rees and bowls on off stump. Travaskis defends out to Lloyd at shortish extra cover. Who else? Well, Louis Kimber, because he dislocated Northamptonshire last week and hasn't sufficiently. They obviously put it back in, but very sore and a lot of tendons around it pulled out of place. So no point risking Kimber, so he wasn't available either. Scott Curry had family issues, which is why he's departed early. In goes Rees and bowls, and the thing that was then moves into doubles on to 10. 3-9 for 1.
You've got 11 players out. What's going on here? How big's the squad?
And well, yeah, some of those who are playing still suffering from illness, apparently. Cox included among them. Rees is in to the right-handed Holland, who just dabs it down into the onside. It's a late-ish call, but a good call from Travaskis. And although Holland slightly late to respond, he was going toward ball, crossing paths with Holland and couldn't pick up and turn and throw, and had no chance of doing that. Just ended up flicking it sort of behind his back to wicketkeeper Guest. End of the 32nd over, 140 for 1. Travaskis 10, Holland 43.
Derbyshire not missing too many. Alex Thompson not with the group for this match. Haven't heard whether he's injured or not. Darren de Pavillon has returned home. Well, I think he's going to Zimbabwe. He's playing a T10, possibly. So hamstring cup. That's what makes down to square on the offside where 2 pound in the previous over. 40 for 1. That is the most threatening cloud we've seen today, I think, but it looks like it's to the south, so we're going to get away with that one as well, which is excellent news as Lloyd around the wicket bowls to Travaskis, who pushes it back to the Derbyshire skipper. It's that time. Not so much today because I'm watching cricket, but I always get anxious at 3 o'clock on any Saturday afternoon, thinking I should be somewhere if I'm not actually somewhere.
Anxiety dreams.
Yes, it's the one where you forget how to talk. This next one is turned into the leg side by Travaskis, out towards Wagstaff again, who's filling it backward square leg to the left-hander. Travaskis moves on to 11, 142 for 1. Gets anxious when Radio 5 suggested on Wednesday it was the first day of the final round of county championship matches. As Lloyd bowls, that one is pushed out into the offside by Holland. No run. Quickly checked my diary to make sure I wasn't supposed to be here, which clearly I wasn't. In fact, it wouldn't have mattered if I'd missed the first day. Holland balls, and that beats the edge of Holland's bat. Bale's whipped off by Brooke Guest. That's the first sign that there might be something in it for David Lloyd's off spin. He's in again, and that one is driven but not timed up to mid-on by Holland, fielded by Lewis Rees, who immediately starts polishing the ball, and the over comes to an end. 142 for 1, 33 overs gone. I couldn't tell you what, so that means there's 47 left today. Not a chance. Holland has 44, Travaskis has 11. Although I've got nothing on tonight, so...
It does seem an unlikely prospect, doesn't it? 47 overs from here, bearing in mind that the light starts to fade at, well, it's about 6:30, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's horrible. Horrible.
Rees will continue this spell from the Bennett end. Success. One for 2 for. Single safe field as he comes in and bowls to Bass. Not a delivery onto Leg, just prop forward, turd helping its way down towards Tumbles and to the head by
yeah. Martin Anderson's ball to Pat Brown almost caused a snapped hamstring. And Harry Moore has come off the field down below. So I think he's looking for a drink, but realises that none of them are his, so you better not touch them. Very close to us, Harry Moore now, so he looks even taller than he actually is.
This is in to Holland. Very way off stump. Could see Springsteen for the last. Not a sitter.
He's reached for a full toss and spoon, exactly as you described it, spooned it straight back to just to the left of Lewis Rees. Just looking at the Sol Budinger dismissal, which was very peculiar.
It was so odd, you couldn't quite believe what you'd seen, really. In goes Rees and bowls. Holland, again, minimal foot movement, just blocks the ball out into the on side where Lloyd is the fielder.
You'll pick up the vision.
Be so gutted, Sol Budinger. I'm sure the pleasure of a first-class best won't, at the moment, mean too much to him. Holland, meanwhile, battles on. 44 off 114 balls as Rees is in. Bowls to him. Width and...
Caught behind
the pillar at backward point, and he too really will feel Holland is going to wide it with there to square driven back point, and less openers having been given lives, 3 in the case of Holland. Well, you could say Budinger did take advantage of his. He went on into the 80s, but Holland unable to do so. Goes after a long stay at the crease for 44. Anderson, the catcher.
Very, very strange dismissal for somebody who'd been so watchful for the entirety of his innings. 115 balls for his 44 to just basically give catching practice to Martin Anderson at backward point was very strange. But gone he has. And it was right behind, to my right. He's got a huge pillar there. He's thinking, I'll just wait till that crack, that bounce, the noise of the bounce into the
I was expecting it
into the advertising boards, and off we go. But Martin Anderson perfectly placed. There's that Lewis Hill. Here's the new batter. Last.
Very first delivery, can he take advantage? But I do hate to see gaps in the slips like that. He's almost gully, in fairness, isn't he? But he isn't. He's kind of third slip, and there's no second slip. Had there been, Donald would have taken the catch, I'm sure. In goes Rees. Reese and bowls, swings back in a touch, 2 Hill blocked out into the onside. Beg Anderson's pardon. He took the catch earlier. Donald was the one who maybe didn't get anything on. Maybe it doesn't count as a chance, but it should have been a chance.
Yes,
it was a chance created, wasn't it? But
I got a message last week off somebody. Somebody mentioned it to me as I was walking around the boundary to do a post-days interview. I can't remember which. And they said, I've never heard you as angry as that before. And it was when they had first, second and fourth slip and the ball went straight. I said, it's going to go through third slip. It always goes through third slip, and that's where it went. And I was furious with the field placing. And like you, there's no point in putting gaps there, because the percentage chance of it going to a fourth slip, or in this case a third slip when there's no second slip, I think it's too minute to even contemplate. So yeah. And who knows? Derbyshire might have been up to deflection. Doing back his lead off about middle leg stump, and filled it back mid wax, and there is no run. No, they'll pick up a single. Travaskis moves to 13, 148 for 2. Still no extras. Very exciting. 148 runs, and not a single run has come off anything other than bat. As Lloyd is in, and back goes Hill, pushing this one out into the offside on the skills. And there's no run. It's that Chapel taking his shoulders, hold his head up to see those. He's defended once more by Hill.
So you ought to keep your field in on scores elsewhere to a certain extent. Get so used to the other commentator doing it, it's sometimes incessantly. That
Oh, don't do it incessantly.
No,
but I like that. Yeah. No, I know who you mean. Well, I don't know who you mean, but I do know. Yes. Yeah. That one is defended by
somewhere we've both been recently.
Lewis Hill.
But Hampshire are about to beat Somerset, it would appear.
So this next delivery a bit quicker from Lloyd, pushed out into the offside off the back foot. Lewis Hill says no because he thought Martin Anderson was going to do the fielding. It went past him, and once he realised it had gone past him, he called Travaskis through 4-1. It was eventually fielded by Moore. 149 for 2. Chapel warming up again. Somerset have had such a pathetic end to the season. It's almost very amusing. Here is Lloyd. They've never won the championship, of course. This one is driven but not timed by Travaskis out towards Harry Kame in the covers. It's the end of the over. We think we might be going to see Zach Chapel now. If we are, Lewis Reese has done a pretty good job for his side. 6 overs, 2 for 25. And it's 149 for 2. Leicestershire, 13 to Travaskis and 5 to Hill.
Lancashire.
Woeful, by the way.
99 for 7.
You know what? If they don't book their ideas up, they're not going to do that well in the second division, I would suggest. Because they have been very, very poor this season, haven't they? Very poor indeed, Lancashire. That was the T20, which was that's the highlight of the season in that.
Yes,
yeah, how poor Nottinghamshire were in the T20. Although they did beat Derby. Yeah, let's put that like the season for me. It is new at the moment, but I beg your pardon for leading everybody.
Given his
well, I thought it was strange that we're taking him off over after he'd taken a wicket, but they're not.
Edge of Hill's he comes to stump, getting the pitch for it. Donald, who has now clawed. So he's at Benel and second slip, just about slightly wide, but he's much closer to Madsen than he was. Stable doors, bolting horses. Madsen with that splendidly faded Derbyshire cap. In goes Reese and bowls. It does swing in a bit. It's fullish, and Hill is forward. It comes off an inside part of the bat. And now on with it. Derbyshire play a little bit of chucking the ball hard to each other around the outfield, trying to keep interested.
There's got to be a catchier name for that game, though, isn't there?
Has to be.
But the number of teams that do it at this time of day, they're trying to keep their concentration going.
Sort of pinball, and they all throw it at each other while dashing around. Middlesex did it for a while, didn't they? In goes Reese and bowls, swings in again. A touch towards Hill, who keeps it out. Well,
it's there. The point back to Lloyd after about 3 throws, and it's pointless. But baseball teams do it a lot. Throw the ball hard to a teammate after they've taken a catch.
Reese is in. bowls. Hill goes back and defends back up the pitch. The ball discernibly bobbles even from as it roll back a pit there. So either fairly prominent. It should be. It's only 35 overs old, and it is a Dukes rather than a Kookaburra. But also an indication perhaps of the unevenness of the grass left on the pitch.
Oh, thank goodness it is a Dukes as well. Pointless exercise we were put through.
Rees is in. Hill leaves. Side off does it on that occasion. Well, told that nothing is changing next season. Now we're still going to have to do 4 games of the Kookaburra. I don't know.
You'd hope not, wouldn't you? But
there might be 1 or 2 tweaks, but essentially the formats aren't changing. So 14 championship games and the timings roughly the same, and so on and so forth.
yes, no cricket in August. Not any meaningful cricket anyway.
Rees bowls. Hill is forward. Slightly. Yeah, he's looking slightly sideways. Ball askance. That ball in sort of literal as well as perhaps. Metaphorically, 149 for 2. Hill 5, Travaskis 13.
And before everybody piles on, when I said no meaningful cricket, I'm not denigrating the One Day Cup, which I thought this season was different.
Wasn't bad for this.
When they won it last year, it was not. It was the fourth, and the ball into the other game. And there's no room, it's as much, and there's no much forgotten, which is a
highlight the season, I think, for most, for many county supporters
couldn't agree
over
more.
the last few seasons.
Derbyshire missed out on knockout stages by net run rate. There's this one from Lloyd. He's pushed up towards Lewis Rees at mid-off. I think he might just have got a fingertip on that one.
Beating Yorkshire at Scarborough, that was fun. Hammering Yorkshire at Scarborough.
That's always good, isn't it? Always good. There were a couple of other highlights for Derbyshire in that competition, as this one is cut nicely by Travaskis out towards the cover boundary for a single. There's all sorts of bowlers hitting the floor now. Zach Chappell's going through his bowling action, and Martin Anderson stretching out his back.
Found paradise in Scarborough as well.
I don't like to ask. Is that somewhere with food? Here's Lloyd, or alcohol, driven by Hill up towards mid-on when it's fielded by... very good. For all the places in the world, Yorkshire also claiming paradise now. There's Lloyd again, 150 for 2. That one is striking the pad. There's a very, very half-hearted appeal from David Lloyd.
Now there is a little street in Scarborough, up near the castle, called Paradise, but they don't make a big thing of it.
I can imagine.
You get there and think, well, I expected a bit more, to be honest.
They were too busy telling everybody how they were top of the Olympic medal table. Here is Lloyd, bowls, and that one is pushed by Hill up towards Lewis Rees at mid-on. And there's no run. I think we are going to get that change now. Lewis Rees looks like he's going to come off momentarily, because we're going to see from the Bennett end for the first time, I think, in the match. We're going to see Zach Chappell with his quick bowling. He's just gone out to see where his mark is. And Yusuf bin Naeem, with 18 on his back, comes on to the field. This might be the first match, you know, in the history of cricket, as David Lloyd's just dropped his spectacles there and he hasn't realised yet, so he's got to go back and pick them up, in which both 12th men are number 18s. Because Jack Morley, when he came on loan at the start of the season, picked number 18. He left, went back to Lancashire. So Yusuf bin... Now Jack Morley's back, still 18, both 18. Let's know. The other highlight in the One Day Cup, of course, the Lancashire were bowled out in 20 overs. Just 19 overs and 5 balls.
Chappell is back with bowls a thigh, I think, of Travaskis, and those scores it came to play. Chappell appeal, smacked through the illusions a little bit, it looped up eye of Travaskis, round about head height, just above. Lloyd took the catch comfortably enough, but there wasn't much reaction from the slips Chappell's appeal, as I say, was...
It didn't look like it had
hardly
hit
convincing.
any bat at all, did it?
Didn't.
The way it looped.
And umpire Bainton agreed with you. In goes Chappell and goes past the outside edge of Travaskis's reaching bat. This perhaps is why Travaskis is sort of 6 or 7 or 8, a lower order batsman, because once you get up against an opening bowler, it doesn't look like an opening batsman, really.
Yeah.
Chappell, who's had a pretty good season one way or another, is a genuine opening bowler. Comes loping almost down the slope and bowls and brings Travaskis forward solidly. In fairness, on off stump. Offside came in ball being played again. 150 up for Leicestershire. How many overs left today? 42, so coming towards the halfway point in the day. Can they get 300 in the day? Probably going to need to if there is going to be any sort of forfeiting tomorrow morning. In goes Chappell and bowls, slightly squares up Travaskis, who on the walk, but with his weight on the back foot, fiddles the ball back down the pitch.
The other thing to remember, of course, is that Leicestershire will not have had a full day's play, which to get whatever they get. So,
no, but it doesn't have to be overnight, though.
They can do it tomorrow. They could bat for 5-10 overs tomorrow.
Exactly,
yeah.
So if we had 96 tomorrow, if Leicestershire sort of took, as you say, another 6 or 7 overs, then it would be equal. But the way they're batting at the moment, as Chappell is in and bowls, Travaskis defends, it's not entirely courtesy of budget, really.
Yeah, that's 320 a day, isn't it?
Yeah. If you do feel that it's not going to stay at 4s.
No, no.
Unless Travaskis, who's been in there 30 balls now, starts to get in, so to speak. Chappell is in, bowls to him, he's defending a little late on it. Wait. The point. That is no good over from Chappell. No breakthrough in it for him. And then for 6 from 6 as the ever optimistic ice cream van makes an appearance. Spot of sunshine. There you go, Giovanni, or whoever.
Got no chance.
I tell you what, Northampton is good. I mean, they do have nice ice creams. That van does.
Does it?
Yeah, they do. Proper. It is proper. It's not, Mr. Whippy stuff.
I don't mind that.
Oh, it's gunk.
Yeah.
No.
It's cut by Hill. There's no run. It's Rards on the radar. I think the only people away with that associated with Jack D. There's next delivery defended again by Hill. Lloyd getting through overs as quickly as you might expect for an off spinner. It's becoming less than occasional, or is it more than occasional? Off spinner more than occasional. Off spinner these days. He's in again now and bowls. He quite often gets wickets in his first over, which he didn't do here. That one's pushed into the offside by Hill, fielded by Wagstaff. He's conceded 20 runs in 6.5 overs. And he's in again, bowls to Lewis Hill, who pushes it out to Martin Anderson in the covers. That's quite the noise it makes. The floor on this level of the stand sort of resonates through your ear, doesn't it? Here's Lloyd again, bowls to Hill, who cuts to Wagstaff. Don't need many more players out on the field apart from Lloyd, Hill and Wagstaff at the moment. 150 for 2 it remains. That one is driven but out towards that's been Naeem and the covers, and as a substitute fielder, single taken. Lewis Hill, ability to count to 6, exemplary. He pinches the strike. He's on 6. Travaskis has 1,451 for 2. 7 overs for 21 now, David Lloyd, so doing a decent job for his side, as you would expect.
Hasn't really been a turn for him as such.
No, one I think. One I remember going somewhere or moving, going on with the arm, really.
Yeah.
It's funny there.
Conventionally situated now first, Winston at second for Chappell. He's never a big swinger of the ball when he was here. It tended to be off the seam when he gets his movement.
Yeah, yeah, I think that is still the case.
Occasionally. And he goes, shoulders rolling slightly, bowls to Hill, who's forward on off stump and then immediately back towards Travis. He has back to him. She says a warm up there because when the sun is behind cloud, to drop it already actually. It was distinctly cold last night and first thing this morning, wasn't it?
Yes, there was a little touch of frost this morning.
As Chappell is in and bowls. Hill clips quite neatly off middle and leg, but he as far as straight mid across it. And Hollis was thinking about what tonight means now, because it does feel out there as though it's slightly wintry almost.
Yeah.
And the sun goes in.
Easy wants to clean these windows, but
do that next season if required. Hill cuts short outside off stump and cuts it away to the boundary for 4. Was there to be hit, and Hill hit it, moves into double figures on 5 for 2. Some Winderleen or whatever. If we're here,
we'll be here.
Somebody will be here.
Somebody,
I'm sure.
yes.
These boxes would be a waste otherwise. 155 for 2. Nice shot from Hill. Waits with bat raised as Chappell is in. Bowls to him. That's outside off stump, and that one is steered nicely away by Hill down to the boundary for 4 more. So when boundaries have come against the Derbyshire bowlers, they've tended to come in sort of little clusters, haven't they? Consecutive balls or more, as the case may be.
Well, 5.5 overs and conceded 6 runs. Had Zach Chappell. Now he's conceded 14 2 balls later. A bit disappointed.
In he comes, bowls to Hill, a little bit straighter. That squawk of Hill's, the no, sometimes haunts my sleep in midwinter. I hear that. No! Wake up with a twitch, thinking I've fallen asleep during commentary. Played it out to backward point. And there was no run. 159 for 2 after 40. And Australia played a 40 over international, didn't they, the other day? Like the old job player days. Because of the rain, that was shortened to. I think they played 39 each, something like that. I used to quite like that format.
Confident going into Liam Travakis batters and with under 2 minutes to go until tea. David Lloyd trying something out. So if we get, I suppose if we got over before tea, 5 overs, 5 over evening sessions, and so to a degree. If we get all 35 remains to be seen. I'll be back tomorrow for the final day of the season. At the moment, Liam Travakis is just waiting till every single fielder stops moving, which is exactly what he should do. Harry Kane is a long way away at square leg on the boundary. The ball's been in. And see how poor Lancashire are. And they're now 114 for 7th, Lancashire, trailing Worcestershire by 66. In a game that they simply had to pick up maximum bonus points, which they're not going to. Anderson bowls turn into the leg side by Travakis. They think about a quick single, but decide against it in the end because an Aaron Donald scoots around to his left to do the fielding. 107 for 4 Gloucestershire in that match with the double forfeit. Chasing 382. Could be an interesting finish there. Will we get one here? 159 for 2 as Anderson is in again and bowls. That's driven into the ground and up towards Lewis Rees at mid-off. And there's no run. Yorkshire 219. Let's not think Lily to middle eights. Instead, promoted Sussex down at Hove. That game only started today. They reached T there. Durham batting on 306 for 5 against Kent at Chester Street. I think they only started today there, possibly. No, it must have started yesterday. In comes Anderson again and bowls. That one is pushed up to mid-off. There's no run. They've had 64 overs.
I will miss that trip. Hove.
Oh, it's a disaster. An absolute disaster.
Very selfish of them to get promoted.
Yes, I was disappointed in them.
Let themselves down.
Anderson bowls to Travaskis, who pushes this one out into the offside. Essex 402 for 2 against champions Surrey. They've clearly been celebrating a bit too much. If I wouldn't catch it for a third successive season, he'd be lucky if he saw me again. For several days.
Emerge next spring.
Yeah. From somewhere. What happened to the last 5 months? Anderson bowls. It's defended again by Travaskis. Again off the back foot. Anderson fields off his own bowling. Jack Morley's on the field now. I think he's going to replace Nairn Donald. Briefly, Nair will take off the fielding pads, presumably. No, he won't. He'll go straight down the... I was going to say down the tunnel. It's not really a tunnel, but up the stairs.
They have their own staircase now as well, the away dressing room.
Oh, do they?
Which used to be the club boardroom. Beautiful, smashing, as I say, the super dressing rooms here now.
Well, it's out what you do, but look.
Could be, of course, Sedbergh.
Yeah, good, couldn't it? Blackpool have played that. We played at Blackpool. Derbyshire played at Blackpool in a one-day cup match.
Still the coast, I suppose that might be fun. I never used to enjoy going to the football there. Though. In goes Chapel and bowls. Hill drives very pleasantly for 4. It was too straight, too full. And Hill didn't try and overhit it. Timed it really to the vitality sign behind the umpire. 4-4. Hill on to 18. 163 for 2. Played a couple of nice shots already, Lewis Hill. Perhaps the shackles of captaincy being effectively off now. He knows they're going to come off. Perhaps that's just freeing him up a little bit. In goes Chapel, bowls to him. He goes for a big wild cut outside off stump and it bounces over. His off edge could easily have edged that one through, but just from a personal point of view, you'd like to see it come off for him, really. As I say, he's struggled a little bit in recent weeks with the role and the effect it's had on him, and a nicer man you couldn't meet, so it'd be lovely to see him end the season well. Chapel is in and bowls. He's forward, defending rather than driving out into covers. There's no that football nice.
That's still really hot. Actually, Matt expects it is quite hot anyway. The sun, I believe.
Conspiracy theories. Goes Chapel and bowls and clipped off his legs by Hill. Bit inside edgy, didn't get too much on it, but got enough. And squeezed it out to Morley, who's fielding up. Last few deliveries. Minutes till tea. Do you think there'll be any cake left? Do you think they'll all have gone?
I don't know, but of course that's half time in the football, isn't it? Hopelessly.
Oh, so you have a...
Would you not have one at half time in the football?
At 3:55.
Yeah.
And they were 5 minutes late for the last one, so in goes Chapel, bowls. Travaskis turns his wrist. The pad beneath his whites comes back out, and he and Morley congratulate him. Congratulate each other. You've been out there for an over. Well done, Jack. You've been into the pavilion and taken your pads off. Well done, mate. High fives all round.
I like it when they come from the same hotel, but still shake hands when they arrive at the ground.
They've been in the same car. All
yeah.
the way.
What's that all about? Zach Chappell took one. Oh, here he is. Here he is. Oh, no, Jack Morley's on again. He's giving a drink to. That's what
He's been very polite.
Yeah, come in.
Come on in, young man.
In that throws Hill and throwing the ball ludicrously around because he didn't far away from Lewis. He had kind of aghast. It didn't hit him, I hasten to add.
Surprising how infrequently it does in those circumstances.
And they are just chucking it around willy-nilly. Here's Anderson again, bowls. That was turned into the leg side by Hill for another single. He moves on to 21.63. That's in a
Carrot
cake.
and orange, you see, they're both healthy.
Carrot in a cake.
Must have had carrot cake. Even in Lancashire.
Oh, I've heard of it.
Okay.
Yeah. I knew of its existence. Doesn't belong in a cake, though, does it really, carrot?
Oh, I don't know. It convinces you.
Does it?
You're eating something tolerably healthy, and actually you're not really.
Anderson in again. That's defended by Travaskis. Out into the offside, fielded by Harry Kane, who decides against throwing the ball to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest initially because he was standing right behind Travaskis. He does throw it to him. It beats the air to catch. It's about unpleasantness at the football at Blackpool. Blackpool's all right to go to now as a football ground.
Well, it was when they were in the Premier League and Holloway was the captain. I seem to get sent there quite frequently.
Steve Bruce now. This next delivery is guided down into the ground, out towards the vacant third man area to the man. Is back to 969 for Burtnall today, where I would have been in my other existence. Would have been if it carried on chucking it down here as well, but.
Steve, that must be Club 15, something like that, mustn't it?
Oh, easily. Yeah. It's a new school and old school meeting today. As Anderson bowls, that one is defended by Travaskis out into the offside again. It's Harry Kame who does the fielding. Mark Robinson, the Burton Albion coach, has come straight from the Chelsea under-21s. His assistant has come from the Fulham under-21s, and they play football. Not as though it didn't matter, but they play football. Whereas Steve Bruce has had a lot of success over his career. In comes Anderson, bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside. Backward of square. Pat Brown is there to do the fielding. Travaskis won't get a run from that delivery either. He runs 21.9 for 6 minutes to go till the tea interval. This chair moves by itself, but did you know that? It moves anti-clockwise when you sit on it.
When force is applied.
Well, I'm not sure what you're trying to do. I'm not sure what you're implying there, but it definitely moves by itself.
And I've been promising for the last 8 years to bring some oil into the box so that I can get rid of the squeak in mine, but I think the squeak has almost given up, to be honest. It's become such a 6 minutes and 40, so should get 2 more. In goes LWS, make a bit I suspect him to is looking here, apted a couple, find himself being perhaps at the end of the game, but a bonus point for Derbyshire.
Oh, don't start on that.
For Zach Chappell.
I nearly swore then.
169 for 3 as Hill goes.
Nobody,
perhaps a little unluckily, leg before wicket to Chappell for 20.
Nobody cares about bonus points.
Do you not?
No.
Not at all.
Absolute waste of time. A blight on the game.
Too many of them.
Well, just the fact that teams will get to 380 and the entire game slows down and almost grinds to a halt as they eke out the 20 runs they need to get to 400. Just play cricket and try and win the game, because if you win 6 matches, you'll go up. I'm not suggesting that Derbyshire could that. For Lewis Hill, 20 on and it was nothing. Genuinely nothing. The wins is literally for one goal. Possibly like I'm watching really. I was going to get rugged. Left it was, but funny at the same time. So, well, it's great that Kent have come down, because I've been to Canterbury for a while. I hope it's still open.
Yeah, It's much, and there'll be another supermarket on the ground somewhere. It's not the ground it was, is it? The St Lawrence ground. It lacks a certain amount of the character that it had. Still a touch of history there about the place. As in goes Chapel, bowls and beats on the outside edge. Harry Swindles making his first class appearance of the season, going in at number 5. I'm assuming he's not playing as wicket-keeper. That said, if Ben Cox is still struggling a little bit, you just don't quite know what might happen tomorrow. On that basis, who would take the gloves?
Does either of them bowl?
I'm pretty sure I've seen Swindles bowl a single over. Obviously, I haven't seen Cox because it's still his first full season. In goes Chapel, bowls to Swindles, who is playing slightly across the line as he walks forward into the defensive push. Out to mid-wicket it goes. Chapel's hands go into the air.
It'd be entertaining then if he does bowl.
It could be one of those games when we see one or two unexpected.
But the one person in the Derbyshire team who has never bowled in first-class cricket and wants to bowl is an Aaron Donald. When we get to that point, we come off air.
Chapel bowls, Swindles heads head of the ball, out mid-off.
I don't think good man because he doesn't even join the football in the morning because of his knees. He's had both knees rebuilt. I think it would be asking for trouble if he suddenly came in and bowled something and his knee buckled underneath him.
But one over of off spin or something like that. Who knows? Chapel bowls again, very nice and straight. Swindle to lead off some. It's very Swindle really had extraordinary at Trent Bridge last year when he won the club its first trophy forever, however long it was, and was very much the focus of attention, and talked about how he was going to. He'd already been exploring his options for this season. He'd already been told he was going to be let go as Chapel bowled.
Yeah, I don't want him to be.
It's 169 Swindles faced 5 deliveries, the wicket having fallen off the first. Shouldn't that have been, I suppose, shouldn't we have had tea then at the fall of the wicket, theoretically?
Yeah, potentially.
Anyway,
yeah.
we didn't.
That's a stupid rule as well, isn't it? So I'm glad they've ignored that one.
A bit earlier. Travaskis is 18 not out, and 36 overs left to be bowled today, potentially. Yeah. Leicestershire are playing Glamorgan at the moment, and there was the team batting was forfeited, the team batting second forfeited their first thing, so effectively doing as much that of still wins. If Leicestershire can persuade, David Dow have to persuade Leicestershire, then theoretically we could have a game along the sort of lines, but they have got to pose score to sort of happen. And at the moment, Warrior shot into a set from entry, then he was caught and bowled weirdly, doing it back his way, complete contrast through to four, and he was back point odd sort of also of starting to play with a little bit of the freedom that going to be captain in the future, was playing nice. Leicestershire for two as the umpires. May 96 tomorrow again. Yet have an exciting finish to this scene. Get for the Road Championship Division 2 matches. 10 years been a fair few. Violet County Championship and thing on the dance of a roll. Chill if like the first after I three off English off Dave Fletcher, BBC Radio Derby, and himself Rodite. Ray from BBC Radio Leicester.
From one side of the pen, other from the other. I don't know what to do with it.
Absolutely.
Here's Martin Anderson from the Pavilion. That's delivery of the intrabasis turning to side field for the Panmore. Single 170 for 3. This my update was a strange old update because they suddenly took all effects from anywhere else out of my ears, which I found slightly unnerving. And then when I finished, they didn't bring up the presenter particularly quickly, so I thought I was going to have to do the entire
it is
programme.
Off-putting when it sounds like they've completely lost interest in anything you're saying.
But I think that's actually probably true, but sadly, not about losing interest. I'm not sure they were interested in the first place. Here is Martin Anderson bowls a full toss to Harry Swindles, who rather misses out there on account of the fact that I'll move my pens. That make a better picture without the pens, wouldn't it? And the averages, nobody wants to see them. Misses out because it was a full toss. He just sort of bunted it into the offside. The shadow of the floodlight pylon next to the scoreboard, the electronic scoreboard, now stretches as far as the start of Martin Anderson's run up at the pavilion end. He's in again, bowling to Swindles, who clips this into the leg side. He's going to get off the mark here at the 7th time of asking seconds. 4-2. 92 for 3. Over 8 minus 1. Pointless. And 35 overs left in the day after this one. If we get that far. When the sun is out, you would say there would not be a problem. Jack Morley's on the field. I'll have a look and see if I can work out who's gone off as Anderson bowls. That's a good leave from Swindles. I'm fairly sure it's Zach Chappell without looking too far around, unless no, Zach Chappell's down there by the scoreboard. Right, Harry Kane's out there. I have to go around them all now, try and work it out. Lloyd and Madsen at slip with Donald at gully. It might actually be Anderson bowls edged and in between first and second slip and down to the third man boundary for 4. And Wayne Madsen gets back to his feet, double teapot. I'm not surprised. He flashed hard at that one, Swindles, but it went directly between the first and second slip and away to the boundary. 176 for 3 and another chance goes begging. And Martin Anderson had 2 chances dropped off him earlier on today. Ian Holland and Sol Budinger. Holland dropped on 9, went on to make 44. Budinger dropped on 42, went on to make 87 off successive overs from this man, Martin Anderson, who's in again now, and that one is defended into the offside and fielded by Jack Morley. End of the over. An over in which potentially a wicket could have been claimed. Sadly, for Derbyshire. And Leicestershire move on to 176 for 3, 6 to Swindles, 19 to Travaskis. They've got to start taking chances if they're to stand any chance of winning games at any time. That one didn't actually go to hand, in fairness. It didn't ricochet off somebody's hand and away. It went right between Madsen and Lloyd. I was going to say, I think he was on off. No, it isn't. He's like, where's Pat Brown? He's not. No, it took me a guess.
Well, Zach Chappell, having to be down the slate, he comes to back. That one came off inside of the bat, got on top of the bounce, and went out along the grounds wideish mid-on Reese, the fielder, but it was a little bit of a loosener from Chappell in terms of pace, and was slightly deceived there. Travaskis, he remains on 19. Glorious up here while the sun is out, but it won't be for much longer. A lot of cloud heading our way. Chappell is in bowls. Travaskis leans forward, got to the pitch of the ball, but doesn't drive it, just plays it firmly out to mid. Youngmore is in, as opposed to more. He'll be in Wisdom, won't he, now, so he'll have almanac connections. Assuming you mention it, you don't do that.
Oh, no, I don't do it. No, I don't do it.
Chappell is in bowls. Back goes Travaskis. Works the ball. Defending well, but actually fielded out to make it. There's no run.
Would make too sense to have somebody who watches every day's play doing it, would it?
Who does do it? Is it Nigel? Does it? Nigel Gardner?
Not sure. I think so.
Yeah. Okay. Chappell lopes in and bowls down the leg side or onto the legs of Travaskis, who again tries to help it on its way. I don't think he got anything on even off the pad. Below the left of 55.3. So surely that must be close to being a record. An extra finally comes, a leg by. A cruise to the Leicestershire cause. 177 for 3. Chappell's stentorian tones echo across the ground as he orders his long leg to go wider. Comes in, bowls to Swindles, who drives, and it goes between second slip and fourth slip to the boundary for 4, and that won't help your...
Could Zach Apples? Yes, well,
but that was...
I didn't have to say. I was just looking up what the most runs without an extra being scored were.
Leaving gaps.
Stop leaving a gap, for goodness sake.
They've closed it now.
Well, it's pointless doing it now.
Donald, who was at sort of fourth, is now more or less at third. Madsen at second. Lloyd at first. Chappell is in to Swindles, who leaves outside off stump. Goes through at a decent lick to Brooke Guess, but the frustrated Chappell stalks back towards the umpire and takes his cap. He should have had another wicket there. Swindles drawn into the drive at the wider delivery. Catchable height, flashes between second and fourth slip to the boundary for 4. He's into double figures onto 10, 181 for 3.
There we go, I knew you'd be able to find out. The Association of Cricket Statisticians. The highest innings without any extras is 647. That was Victoria against Tasmania in the first innings of the Victoria innings in 1951-2. Here is Martin Anderson in and bowls to Travaskis, who has a heave at that one, short of a length and barely makes any connection at all. If I'm honest with you. The most in this country was Leicestershire in their first innings against Warwickshire at the Mitchells and Butlers ground in Birmingham in 1937.
I did, yeah. It slipped my mind. Sorry. How many was that then?
399. Here comes Anderson and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Travaskis for a single out towards young Harry Moore. I'm looking for the word Derbyshire now. Leicestershire in Park Road in Loughborough 1933 against Derbyshire. 40 in part of that total. So that was one involving Derbyshire. Durham have done it recently, 2022. They scored 311 without an extra being scored. The highest Derbyshire innings without an extra was 302 for 6 declared against Warwickshire at Queen's Park in Chesterfield, as this next delivery from Anderson is driven by Swindles up to mid-on, and that was in 1967. We should all ignore it now. It only goes down as far as 300, and there's a fair few of them. It's a brilliant website though, the Cricket Statisticians and Historians website. Usually pops up first. Appeal for leg before wicket as the ball hits the pads of Swindles, dribbles out into the leg side. There's a threat of it shy at the stumps as well. The appeal was turned down, and the shy at the stumps from Mitch Wagstaff never came. 182 for 3. It remains. The sun is going to get ridiculously low in a minute. Here is like in the Derbyshire commentary box. Anderson, an inside edge from Swindles down towards fine leg. Where, I think that's Zach Chappell in the far distance does the fielding. Swindles moved to 11, 183 for 3.
Yeah, could easily have chopped on there, Harry Swindle. So he too leading something of a charmed life out there.
I think if you drop 4 catches, you don't deserve much luck there. As a bowling / fielding side. Anderson to Travaskis, pushes this one out into the offside. Nicely done there. Left hand stops. The left hand of Harry Kame stops the ball, and it's the final one of the over. Zach Chappell's bowled 10 overs, 1 for 23, and Leicestershire at 183 for 3 with Swindles on 11 and Travaskis on 20.
If Leicestershire were going to make changes to the bat, or have had to make changes to the batting, I would have liked to have seen Tom Scribman bat a lot higher than he normally does. He's been going in as Scott Curry, with whom he shared a very productive partnership at Northampton, described as criminally low, really. He's been going in 10 usually, and he's a genuine all-rounder. So I would have liked to see him come in early. He may yet, as Chappell is in to Swindles, who covers up. Slightly short of a length delivery. Now it's the dart. No.
Planner, screenshot was at the end of the day. Dave Griffiths tweeted congratulations to Lewis Rees because he's become just the 14th cricketer in Derbyshire's history to score 8,000 runs and take 200 wickets. He's the first to reach the landmark, the combined landmark, since Dominic Cork in 2003.
Well, admirable stuff from a great Derbyshire servant. In goes Chappell and bowls fullish on off stump. Swindles is 4 sucking up, fading out to covers and run into the field. I left my cap in the car.
No, a cup of tea to wash that cake that you're wolfing down.
Oh, it's very good. Lemon drizzle, courtesy of the Friends of Grace Road in Brunty. And there's some healthy carrot cake, coughs as well.
Untouched.
By all means, touch it. In goes Chappell. And third it and Brett is on 14, for 3. 14 out of the partnership of 17.
I do hope nobody was just switching on at that moment.
Bad news for Derby County then today, I understand.
But they lost, yeah. Burton 2-0 down at Blackpool. Derbyshire, probably second best here. It's been a good day for the station.
Chappell bowls. Travaskis looking to drive. Didn't drive well, but got into that turn. Run out and work. Probably didn't. But taken. Travaskis on to 23. 189 for 3. They've been a little bit more proactive post-tea, these two. Well, Swindles had only just come in, but Travaskis seems to have been perhaps given a little bit of a hurry up. Look, Trev, if we can be 340, 350, we can still get a game in tomorrow, so to speak. Chappell is in to Swindles, thick inside edge, playing across his front pad as it came back in towards middle, runs it down towards 5. Take again, shout of frustration from Chappell. Who's 1 for 30, suggests, I think.
It's a weird situation, isn't it, really? Because if Derbyshire had bowled Leicestershire out, there's no way you'd get a game. But because Leicestershire might be, I don't know, 6 down at the close and close to 300, you might get a game, and it's a weird situation. Don't like it.
Chapel bowls. Travaskis defends with that now becoming increasingly familiar little sort of turn of the wrists as he pushes the ball out to mid-wicket. End of the over. Yeah, from the game's point of view, from tomorrow's point of view, you kind of need Leicestershire to sort of be 32 overs to go, 320 for 6 or 7. So you can think in terms of
think about setting something up.
Yeah.
Pat Brown, who was off the field, is now back on the field, and Jack Morley is going round high-fiving everybody as he leaves the field. He's just high-fived Martin Anderson.
Well fielded, Jack.
Anderson, thumbs up. Here is Anderson. Balls that one. Three slips in place and very close together. Exactly what they'll be. Lloyd, Madsen, and Donald. First, second, and third. Harry Moore at backward point. Harry Kame at cover. Pat Brown at mid-off. Lewis Rees at mid-on. And Mitch Wagstaff in the mid-wicket region, as that one is guided down to the vacant third man area by Swindles. There's a chase on here for Moore, who unusually, somebody who is aimed at somebody 12'6" does, but heaven knows what could happen to him. Snap in 2. So it's good that he didn't, but he got there pretty quickly because his legs are very long. 192. 4-3. Swindles picked up a couple of runs there, and now he's going to get another one here with a little tap and run into the leg side. No clean pickup from Mitch Wagstaff. Would have been his left hand as well, and although he's a left-handed bat, he is a right-arm leg spinner. So his dominant hand is clearly his right hand. 193 for 3. Swindles moves on to 18 with that single. Travaskis on 23, strike rate of about 50. Back on strike now with just one slip in place. Anderson bowls to him, he strikes him on the pad, dribbles into the, and then no run. Just going through his bowling, whether or not that's in any way, shape or form a warm-up, I'm not sure. Just going through the action as bowlers tend to do. Those clouds need to just rise a bit, don't they? That would be ideal. Here is Anderson again, defended by Travaskis, straight back to the bowler. And there's no run. 138 for 5 now, Gloucestershire in that game, set up by the 2 forfeited innings. Target
finished today.
Yeah, well, it could, yeah. What do you imagine? Yeah, we've lost 2 days, lost a day and a half to the weather, and finishes on day 3 because they forfeited innings. And perhaps everybody's got somewhere to go to tomorrow. Is Anderson again strikes the pad once more. He'd be lucky to get a leg before bowling heel. Just turns and walks away, really. Martin Anderson, he goes. Because it's the end of the over. 193 for 3. Swindles 18. Travaskis 23, and Zach Chappell removes his sweater, so he's going to continue from the Bennett end. Lancashire 145 for 8, still 35 behind Worcestershire. I mean, they don't deserve to stay up. So Nottinghamshire will be safe. There'll be people in Nottinghamshire tracksuits. I think probably is nice.
The Chelsea got a gracious nod of the head from the umpire. Chapel bowls and nice straight from Swindles, and he holds back. That's having the ball out towards Reddish. Takes a few steps back from the crease. An annoyed dog in the distance. Lets everybody know it's annoyed. Few people still in the meet, watching in the warmth of the cafe there. Can see them through the windows now, and of course in the popular seats. Fewer now, perhaps, because it's in the shade. You need to be in the sun. Yeah. Chapel is in. Bowl Swindles forward. Thickish outside. Hard. That's working. Brownfield. 3 slips though, keeping attacking is David Lloyd here, and why not? Nothing to lose. Coming to the 50 over mark in the innings. So Leicestershire just about kept up the 4 runs and over. Run rate as Chappell is in and bowls left by Swindles. So a good few inches outside off stump. Went through quite low to Guest in the end, despite the good effort from. A bit hard to tell whether the pitch has really changed colour. Now it's finding sun on it because it's shining so low. It's reflecting to a certain extent off the surface, so it needs to be a little bit higher for us to tell. In goes Chappell, pushed again slightly across the line by the audio, and was the fielder. What all this has done in recent months, massively improved the outfields, which are all, if they're not too soggy, they're all beautifully green, and
Yes.
the ground staff won't have too much to do to them over the winter, you wouldn't have thought, in terms of
Well, the square here looks
reparations. Yeah, plenty of green, plenty of growth out there.
beautiful.
Late season growth. I don't know whether that's the wrong kind of growth or not. In goes Chappell. Bowls. Swings. Huge for right. Few dips. Leicestershire.
A few wicket ends look a little bit scruffy, but that'll soon sort itself out.
Presume they'll seed them all.
Yeah. We've got money for seed.
Chappell is seed money. Chappell is in and defended on the back foot by Southwell. Maiden, in fact, the 5th or even 6th he's bowled in his 12 overs. 1 for 30 remain his figures.
Yeah, no, he's bowled tidily. There's Zach Chappell. Lewis Rees with the 2 wickets, the first 2 to fall. Good caught and bowled. I say a good call on a shot. Early Newcastle. Played bowling clips on the other eye. Could possibly you've only got a squad of 70. Be expected to win a game of football. Second Burton goal was scored by Rob Apter, who's tore them apart in the League Cup earlier this season and was brilliant for Tranmere last year. This next delivery is turned into the leg side by Travaskis out towards backward square leg, where it's fielded by Moore. Marvellous.
You need energy at this time of
The
day.
spoon that thinks it's a knife. Whoa, you've got the wrong bit. That's a walnut on top, isn't it?
Proportions.
I don't mind. Here's Anderson in a bowls and beats the edge of the bat. The stifled appeals were from behind the stump from Anderson. Swindle's just sort of tentatively pushing for that one. He remains on 18. 24 to Travaskis. 194 for 3. Not much happening here, I think it's fair to say. As Anderson makes his way in again. Travaskis drives, but straight to Pat Brown. And there's no run. Of course, by stemming the flow of runs, Derbyshire are lessening the chance of something exciting happening tomorrow. You try telling a bowler he needs to bowl a bit loose so that quick runs can be scored. I know it used to be done in the olden days. Steve O'Shaughnessy scored a quickest century one season as a direct result of declaration bowling. That one is despite does bowl a bit. It'd be harsh to call Mitch Wagstaff a part-time bowler and let the leg spinner. And Aaron Donald never bowls. And Wayne Madsen stopped bowling because of his shoulder. Here is Anderson bowling, and that one is pushed out into the offside to the aforementioned Harry Kame. And there is no run to end the over. 1 run over 13 of the last 5 overs. As that run rate dips down. 3.8, 194 for 3. We've got 29 overs left today. Depending when those clouds appear, then we may well get the majority of them.
Yeah, there's a huge bank of dark grey clouds away to the southwest, but they're sort of staying there or drifting sort of from west to east to the south of the ground. slowing on boosting his field. He's going to have a sweep point out for Travis. Seems a little square, and there's a feeling. And they're running up from a long leg just to get their hand down the ball. I think so. Maybe no, it isn't.
Is that Anderson?
Anderson. Yeah, I beg your pardon, it's Anderson. And good work by him. Saved 2 runs. Travaskis on to 26, 196 for 3. Chappell bowls again, drives in the air through gully, down to third man for 4. Well, there was nobody really within remote reach of that one. It was a long way wide of the third slip, but have been gullies in the past, but we can't really sort of criticise for closing gaps and then say, well, there should have been a gully as well. Brings up the 200, Travaskis, 30 or 59 balls. Swindle's 18, the partnership up to 31 now. Will he follow the ball? Where is Donald going? Yeah, he is. So Donald now goes to gully from third slip. So 2 slips and a gully now as Chappell is in. Travaskis bowls on the legs of Travaskis, so he goes back and turns him out to deep square, and he's going to pick up 2. Come on, Chi. Come on, Ski. It's the slightly unconvincing encouragement from Chappell's teammates. In he comes and bowls and produces a beauty that leaves Travaskis gone back to he was slightly short of a length, but got a little bit of movement. Just pushed across the left-hander, and he had a little feel for it. Got away with it by not touching the ball. 202 for 3.
Turns out I don't mind
carrot cake. Healthy cake.
Yeah.
See?
Healthy cake.
Chappell is in and bowls again, turned off his legs by Travaskis, this time more or less straight to Anderson down there at deep backward. Just moves on to 33. Found something to sustain you through the carrot cake.
Yeah.
It's a lovely one, actually. It's lovely and moist. I think there was a few sultanas in there as well.
Mm.
Splendid stuff. Whoever made that, well done. Some of the players' mums have been making cakes this season.
That's good.
Mrs. Kimber. Chappell is in 2 Swindles, who is leaning forward on off stump, just blocking the ball out into the covers. She made a Mars bar. She did quite a few occasions. That's it over to Friends of Grace Road. Rice crisp as well. Or crisped rice. I'm sure there are other. I don't know if there are. I suppose they probably
No, they are. I think they are called crisped rice. Burton have conceded a third. Dear, oh dear.
203 for 3 after 52. 28 remain. The sun is now beginning to sink into that cloud, or the cloud is beginning to come to meet the sun.
It's all moving up there. There's I'm going to have to stand up. Here's Martin Anderson bowling from the pavilion end to Liam Travaskis, who drives it up towards Pat Brown. And he fields on his knee before polishing the ball. Mention the because the shadow from the pylon next to the scoreboard was at the end of Martin Anderson's run-up, probably two overs ago. Now it's moved round and is almost on the boundary's edge down below us. So it won't be long before it disappears completely. As Anderson goes in again and bowls a full delivery that's turned into the leg side by Travaskis. A howl from Wayne Madsen. This is inside hold his hip. Hurt his shoulder when you put your hands in the air to claim, or to appeal rather. I haven't seen much of David Griffin today, if I'm honest. I wonder where he's. Oh, he's at the far end of the ground. Here comes Anderson and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side out towards Harry Moore.
I'm sure he kept it. Lewis Rees 200th.
Oh, I'm sure he did. He's in front of the marquee at the far end of the ground. Still in his shorts. Mad.
You've seen him in long trousers.
Yes. Yeah, start of this season he was. It was horrible, wasn't it, though? Here's Anderson again. 204 for 3 bowls to Swindles, who makes a very late decision to level that go. Don't see it. The presentation as well. Very nice in his dinner jacket with bow tie. I think he had a bow tie on. Some did, some didn't. I didn't. You may be surprised to know this next delivery is pushed out into the offside by just nothing there feel that to bring to encourage other anymore, it seems. There is Anderson again. 3 slips, crouch down. Ball is delivered and it's defended by Swindles out into our ball. There was one come with tools and drinks and God knows what else. They're calling for helmets, I think, as well. Are some of the Derbyshire fielders, Brooke Guest and Pat Brown, appear to be signalling most, unless Pat Brown wants replacing. But the game's just stopped. They have a 12th man each now. Look, it's like having your own personal butler.
So hopefully it won't be too long a delay as a consequence. Matt Salisbury is one of them. To the young man, I know not. Clearly a member of the academy. Giving a little bit of taste of what it's like to be around the first team. .35 now, the partnership for the 4th. The kit's been slightly laboured. Harrison, well, certainly opening partnership, which laid hot, but not laboured at all on the part of Cinder, who hit a fully 87 or just 6-7 balls, hit 54s, and as Fletcher marked at one point, looked to be playing a completely different game.
Well, he did, didn't he? Driving and, yeah, beautiful.
Chappell is into Travaskis, who is steering it carefully rather than aggressively out into the offside with an almost a horizontal bat. Stopped at point, running around to his left. No run. Shadows from the tall trees behind the electronic scoreboard that run down between the seats, so the stand seats and the nets over there, beginning to cast a shadow almost towards the square. Now that will only extend. In goes Chappell, bowls, back goes Travaskis and defends, then comes forward having played the shot. Very central, so shouldn't be too much of an issue for either batsman at the moment. Brown is being told to retreat from point to backward point. No. He got 3/4 of the way there and he's being brought back. It did seem a fairly pointless move. As Chappell is in and bowls, because he bowls straight as to do with his point. And he turned back.
So the fielder made was just moving across from long to long leg. And he replaced Martin Anderson, who looked suitably shattered. He's bowled 5 overs for 14 since tea, but
Moore continues to warm up as Chappell is in, looking for the York. Didn't quite get it right, but nor did Susan play in his
helmets being prepared down below by Jack Morley.
He'll get a few high fives for that one.
Oh, yeah.
Even a low 5 or 2.
Yeah.
In goes Chappell and bowls straight and played firmly but not really hard back. It was the ball moving across and completed the field. The noise of the players' shouts echoing across Grace Road. It's not quite empty, I would say. It's a bit hard to tell because, as I say, most people in the sun down below us in front of the pavilion in the seats there as Chappell bowls again straight on off stump. Swindles Blocks it back down the pitch this time. Is now Leicestershire. Well, 205 for 3, that's 3.8 runs per over, 54 overs, but just is beginning to slow up a little bit. Doesn't feel as though there's much plan at the moment.
12 off the last 5 overs. Is back. And Wayne will be standing. Jack Morley reluctant to get off the field. The 12th man eventually does. But it will be a very spread field for Harry. You can't have spread to see and Aaron Donald mid-on, beg pardon, the left-hander. He's away for Slippery. Lloyd getting up. Very more than 2 back. And 40 single. Field down the back. Now I think slightly more hacking. Donald moves into the cordon. If they'll all stand together or if there'll be a gap. I'm going for gap. There is a gap.
There is.
Yeah, there's always a gap.
Oh, no, hang on.
Oh, they've joined together. No, the gap's back. I think that's a gap. I'm sorry. It's at first, second, and well, no, he's moving around here, and Aaron Donald. He's teasing me. They are quite close together. They're in to bowl to Swindle, and there's no run. So yeah, we all know what happens when there's a gap there. That's where the ball goes. Gloucestershire have lost a 6th wicket in that match. They're 151 for 6. They need 231 more runs to win. That's the Fire Gardens. You don't feel that might happen as more bowls, and that's left alone by Swindle's outside the off stump to go through to.
Isn't it? It's done.
Yeah.
If they don't finish tonight.
If they don't,
finish the game
which they
today.
clearly could.
They really could, because there must be 20 odd overs to go.
Oh, we can find that out.
Probably, I'll have a look.
I bet I find it out before you. Here's the next delivery from Moore. It's just played up off his toes. 29 overs.
I'll try my own.
We've got 25. They've got 29 guards, but of course they can't use the floodlights at Cardiff, so that one might end slightly prematurely.
Yeah, because it's not. They've not city centre lights all over the place there, are they?
No, it's and there are no houses anywhere, but they're not. Yeah, they can use them for the 100 and internationals, but not for proper Christmas. Still reading more. That bounced twice before it was left by Swindles outside the off. And now they're not really Gloucestershire, the greatest of effort. There's a very fine cricketer. And all the other games are taking place. If you want to see, it's almost entirely. The game in Sri Lanka, in Gaul, is remarkable. What has happened to New Zealand? They're in all sorts of trouble. Here is Moore again, balls to Swindle. So he's watching this side, and there's no. So Jack Morley's back. Excellent. Durham all out for 360 against Kent, incidentally. Kent's last game in the First Division for a while.
Play was enlivened, if that's the right word, by a dog invasion at Durham, apparently.
Ah.
But he was chasing the animal off the pitch. They're not well behaved like Bertie and Freddie and Norman.
Dr. Madsen and it's the leg spin of Wagstaff. We're in first class cricket up at Scarborough last season, 5 match of the campaign. Playing this season last week, I think, was his first match. This second match, beg his pardon. White legs. Do you know he does a bit.
Chris would raise his hand on the sawdust. So what have we got? That slip in terms of close. It was a low top time arrived to drive, and he mistimed it badly. Wagstaff is in and bowls again, plenty of loop. This time he has managed to hit it just about on the full wide of the reaching Pat Brown at extra cover. Sweeper runs up the boundary, and one is taken. There goes, oh no, not quite. There goes the sun. It's about to. Well, Travaskis is telling Swindles that it's leg spin. You think probably worked it out. Probably worked it out. Why did they do that? You know, I don't know. Just in case you think he's going to be bowling right, you know, left arm over the wicket, swinging seamers. Anyway, Wagstaff into Swindles, who is pushing the ball back past the bowler on the onside. Wagstaff can't get there, but mid-on obviously can. Steps off field. Doesn't hurry. Wagstaff. He stepped in ready to bowl there and then steps back. Decides he's not quite ready. In he goes and bowls. Tosses it up, full toss. That is inches. A full toss. Rank to the side of the mid on the jest of catches, and that was a bit of a whiff of village about that.
Yeah, absolutely. But Jack Morley in the thick of it as he takes the catch, the substitute fielder at mid-on. It was horrible, wasn't it? Absolutely horrible.
It was horrible.
Yeah, everything about that dismissal. It goes for 18 or 46 deliveries, 2 fours. And as he did at Scarborough, he takes a wicket in his first over. And straight away they're calling across. Look at that.
Telling him to put the floodlights on, I would guess.
No, I think the fielders are saying, I told you we should have brought him on earlier.
The umpires are...
Yeah, but the umpires will be thinking about those lights because it won't be too long before... here's Ben Cox. I hope his dad's still in the ground. I'm sure he is. Why wouldn't he be? You wouldn't wait all day and then leave before your lad batted, really, would you? Although, I have done that in the past. Not at a county championship match, though, sadly. Part of the reason for that might be the photograph he sent me from Barcelona earlier on today. And ability. So he's got 2 balls in which to get another wicket and match what he did in the final game of last season. That would be exciting, wouldn't it, if he did that? Not for Ben Cox, obviously, but...
Got it right. Obviously, it's the first time he's bowled at Grace Road, and a lot of bowlers do struggle on their first appearance because of the slope to the pitch on either side, which is a little bit more pronounced than it appears.
I hadn't realised that Somerset didn't even finish not particularly gratifying in itself, but
Second, else.
Right at the 2 to day, dipping, and who pushes out with Lloyd. And he does it. He's in now. The old Wagstaff bowls short and wide, and it's slapped away for 4. That's easy pickings for Liam Travaskis, who moves to 48. That was a young leg spinner's bad delivery, I'm afraid, from Mitch Wagstaff. It's going to happen. Happens with experienced leg spinners from time to time. Just put it wide and short outside the off stump as this next one. That's better, and it goes past the edge of the bat. Brooke Guest takes. Wayne Madsen, the solitary slip. Men reasonably close in extra cover and straightish mid-wicket. Man back with a square on the offside as well. That one is defended into the leg side by Travaskis. They're going to get through for a single because there's no square leg. And Aaron Donald is the man at extra cover. Travaskis moves to 49, 229 for 4. Nine to Cox, who's on strike now. Flexes the knees. And Wagstaff bowls to him. Pushes the ball straight back to him, does Cox. Yeah, we're definitely going to see Lloyd again soon. Windmilling his arms and drying his hands on the wicket end. Lights coming on here at Grace Road as Wagstaff bowls what looked like it turned into a full toss. It might just have dipped, and it was pushed by Cox up towards mid-off, where it was fielded by Lewis Rees. Yusuf Benaim brings on a drink for Harry Moore, who's work for the day well end, which is probably the right end to bowl it to, but they do get back from to 56, 236 for 4. Cox at the other end, 9 off 19. Travaskis 3 balls away from facing 100 of them, which is comfortably the second longest innings of the innings so far, as that one is turned into the leg side, fielded by an Aaron Donald. Somebody's got a drill now, or an electric screwdriver. Here is Wagstaff again, gives that one a bit of air. It's turned into the leg side by Travaskis, no run. Sort of an hour's worth of overs left, but not if the 2 spinners are on, which will not get them all in, I'm sure. As Wagstaff is in again and bowls, that one is driven but not timed as he got it on the half volley up towards Zach Chappell, who's now dispensed with the cap, but he has got his sunglasses perched on top of his head. As Wagstaff bowls, it's a very full delivery, Yorker length, and Travaskis plays it into the line where it's fielded by Donald. 1 ball to go of Wagstaff's 5th over, 1 for 14 his figures. He's in now and bowls. Back into his crease goes Travaskis and takes the single off the final ball of the over to pinch the strike once again. He moves on to 57. Cox has 9. And Leicestershire at 237 for 4 with 16 overs to go.
You can very clearly see the players' shadows from the floodlights.
Yeah. Yes, I can't see us being out there long.
Yeah. The point at which the artificial light takes over is, you would think, not too far distant. It's just enough sun sort of breaking through the right, probably to dissuade the umpires to towards the on. Super. Step in and bowls, quickish do, quick arm, and the back foot this time. Travaskis plays it back up the pitch to the Welshman. Didn't realise anybody was still up here, to be honest.
One more left.
Cold. In goes Lloyd, and again back foot, a little bit more forceful this time from Travaskis. Splay-footed, splay-legged as he tried to punch that out into the offside. Brown fielded comfortably enough. Lloyd is in, drops short, stays low, back goes Travaskis, tries to pull it, misses it, but it misses the stumps as well, and it's taken down by his ankles somehow by Guest. Fairly squatted. If that had been anything like straight, that would have been the end of Travaskis. Lloyd is in, tosses it up, and he's bowled him. Tossed it up, and Travaskis tried, not for the first time today, to work it onto the onside. Went through him, missed the shot, might just have straightened a fraction on him, but I think he basically just essentially missed it, trying to play across the line. And that's Smith is 37 for 5.
I thought he might have yorked him. Either way, David Lloyd with the golden arm. How many wickets has he got now this season, Lloydie? That's his 10th wicket of the campaign with his off spin. He had them at 36 before, so it'll be around about that mark. Still his average, which isn't bad for an occasional bowler. Travaskis again, another one will be disappointed. He's well set at 50%. And then
it is better.
Yeah, so did I. That's here. Good to you now. He escaped.
Barely played him.
Well, they played him in one game at Chesterfield, but didn't watch. I think that what I'll do to I don't watch it, but we've been talking about 1 for 26 from his 9 overs. And Derbyshire tipped away throughout the 65 overs that have been bowled today, which is
rather more than I suspected might have been the case, and we're going to keep going. Is the cloud just breaking a little bit? It's just, as I say, not dark enough, is it, to make any changes? Fletch is off to do his 5:30, and Mitch Wagstaff will continue from the Bennett end. Ben Cox checks his guard with umpire Bainton. It's corrected slightly, looked about leg stump to me. Wagstaff is in and back firm. Who was running across the wicket and get there, but did keep Cox in his crease on the basis that he might have got there. In goes Wagstaff. This one is worked by Cox out towards deep mid wicket. Should be two, will be two. Harry Moore had quite a lot of ground to make up to the ball. And being tall, quite a long way to reach down to pick it up and get his throw away. Cox into double figures onto 11. 239 for 5. Wagstaff bowls, tosses it up pleasantly. Cox is careful though, wary. Strokes it out along the ground all the way, made sure of that. Would have been easy to try and loft it over mid-off. Stroked it out to Rees at mid-off instead. Wagstaff is in, Cox is back. Playing it again towards Rees, but this time Wagstaff running across to his left, intercepts. Wagstaff bowls forward. Not quite getting to the pitch of it is Cox. Did enough. Wagstaff is in, a little bit short, punched through. Extra cover. Donald looks regretfully at his left hands as it bursts through them out towards the sweeper on the offside, and Cox takes one. End of Wagstaff's 6th over, 1 for 18 for him. Yeah, nice leap to a lot of the bowling. Now he's got into a little bit of a rhythm. Took his wicket with absolutely the worst ball he's bowled, but such is the case sometimes. Lloyd then will continue, Hasley darken up. Cox back, turn, just pushes it out wide towards more on the extra cover boundary really, or just inside it, it being the long side of the ground. One is taken. Lloyd into Mike, who is forward, pushing it in roughly the same direction. And Anderson has a bit of ground to make up to the ball. To his left at shortish, extra cover. Good ball for the single. He's off the mark. In goes Lloyd again. Cox is working it into the gap in the covers, and Moores beats Chappell too, that Moore beats, keep calling him Moores, I'm not quite sure why. Beat Chappell to the ball, backward point Moore running in. Lloyd is in, much more firmly this time by Ben Mike, naturally an attacking batsman Ben. Moore fields. So singles off every ball of the over so far. Lloyd is in back, not off this one though, goes Cox, and he defends it carefully back down the pitch to David Lloyd. Who bowls again, edged, oh, through about second slip, there isn't a second slip, And Ben Cox picks up 4, somewhat luckily. Went back to a delivery that just bounced in him a little bit. Played firmly, rather firm hands, got the edge, and it was wide of Madsen at first slip. He couldn't get across. And then he walks past Wayne Madsen. 2:48 for 5. Bonus point ahoy for Leicestershire. 13 overs remain tonight, if we get them. I don't think we'd be getting pace bowling in the light as it is now. But it's fewer club record, really. Leicestershire made it up with the spinners on. Stuff. Cheers, nicely. And certainly forward wood legs. Said we're going. No flight further. He's rather enjoying himself. In he goes and bowls. Mike is bowled or caught behind? Caught behind, I think, because the bails are still on. And that was a genuine leg spinner that deceived Ben Mike, drew him forward, took a faint edge, and that, well, if the first one was not really a proper wicket, although they all count, that most definitely was for Mitch Wagstaff. Just drew Ben Mike forward, faint edge, and Ben Mike has to go, caught behind. Leicestershire 2:48 for 6, and the bonus point, the extra bonus point, came first to Derbyshire, not Leicestershire. Second bowling bonus point. And Ben Mike's return, with the bat anyway, not a happy one. Nice take by Guest, but it was a faint edge. But really nicely bowled by Mitch Wagstaff. Mike goes for 2. Here's me. Like that's going to if they were really he's going to be very eager to agree like he's been less actually. That's all. In who's Benjamin Frederick Green, who defends on the side, and Donald Fields cover. Devonian, Ben Green in Exeter. Wagstaff in, bowls to him, he goes back, plays it firmly out to Lloyd at mid-wicket. Tosses that one up nicely, but a little bit wide there, Wagstaff, and Green can reach out for it, get on top of the bounds and drive it, but because he was reaching, he had to be a bit careful. And he went more or less straight to mid-off. Wagstaff is in, Green is forward, a little bit more uncertainly this time. Good over from Wagstaff indeed. I think it was a wicket maiden in the end. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 18 now for Wagstaff. And yeah, he's got better as his spell has gone on, and he's got into a rhythm. Fletch is back. I'm just saying, Fletch, how nicely he's bowled the last couple of overs, Mitch Wagstaff, and that was a superb delivery to see the end of Ben Mike.
Well, I think the more he plays, the better he's going to get, isn't he? This is only his 6th first-class match, Mitch Wagstaff, so he hasn't had a lot of experience. You know, he played against Yorkshire. I like him, he get pitches up the back and a throw. That ball, but he lost it. Good. He's a couple of new debut. And Delivery came on live just as I was about to go on Lloyd calls. That one's driven but straight to by Cox. Interesting that they didn't pick a specialist spinner. The last 3 wickets have all fallen to spin. Here is Lloyd again. Oh, there's a huge heave into the offside. Is somebody going to get there? No, it's going to land safe in between Zach Chappell and it's Harry Moore coming in from the sort of point cover boundary area. A bit of a swish, in all honesty, from Ben Cox, who moves to 19 to 49 to 4-6. Now BGF Green, Ben Green, is on strike. Ooh, and he's caught behind, and Lloyd's got another. He just went back. It's taken the outside edge. Simple as you like. Nothing particularly mysterious about the delivery, I don't think, but it's 7 down now. And the chances of a setup tomorrow are fading fast. Yeah. 249 for 7.
That's the problem, isn't it? Unless there's some sort of bat for a few overs, whack a few. It could be done, couldn't it?
It could. But I would respectfully suggest at this early stage, I'd be surprised if it did.
Yeah.
But who'd have thought that good work by Derbyshire would prevent an exciting finish in a game of cricket this season, of all seasons when it's been awful, really. Another catch for Brooke Guest, of course, behind the stumps, he's put a few down over the course of the campaign, but he's taken some decent ones as well. And David Lloyd, well, his off spin goes from strength to strength. Just 6 deliveries. Ben Green managed to face out there. And it's Tom Scriven in next. It's a great time to come in, isn't it? 11 overs to go in the day. The temperatures are plummeting. The lights are on. The sun's disappeared. Thanks, boys.
Putting me out there.
And some time asking. The risk will fall.
Leicester. Well, we can say that the 3 in the last overs was literally on to 50 is bowled by David Lloyd's briskish off spin from around the wicket, just overreached himself. Ben Mike, making his return after a side injury, was caught behind off the occasional leg spin of Mitch Wagstaff for 2. And just as you come to me, Ben Green has been also caught behind, this time off the bowling of Lloyd, without scoring. So 249 now for 7. They're just 1 run away from a batting bonus point, which is worth nothing really at this time of the season. And it does rather mitigate against Leicestershire looking to forfeit their second innings, Derbyshire forfeit their first, and there be some sort of manufactured run chase tomorrow. Floodlights are on, the sun is, well, it's almost set, to be quite honest. We've still got 11 overs left to be bowled today. There could be 96 tomorrow, so potentially, another 100 and whatever it is, 108 overs left to be bowled in the game, but it's unlikely we'll get them all, and it's unlikely that the sides now would be inclined to have a setup of some kind. But the Foxes have got to be a little bit careful here. They're in danger of being bowled out for well under 300. They're 249 for 7. Is it?
Super is in the chair, yeah.
Down.
It's you, is it? Oh, no, I've lost it. I said you're right.
Stuff is in and it's turned around the corner by, but I need to who's at sort of backward square, so almost a deepish leg gully, really.
No, a 1 minute update without repetition, deviation or hesitation. Very good.
It was a bit like that, wasn't it? Tossed up nicely by Wagstaff, looking to drive, but again Cox is careful, steering it out into the offside, and Donald is the fielder. A lone bee settles in front of us on the... Oh, bless, it must be freezing. Poor soul. Having a rest as in goes Wagstaff and bowls. Cox goes back and tries to play it firmly out into the offside. Doesn't really time it, and again, Donald is the fielder. Spider's built a most superb web on the side of the... commentary box as forward goes Cox to that one from Wagstaff. He's been working away all day. I hope it's successful. It's a work of art.
And you a vegetarian.
I've put a bit of cake in it for it. I wonder if it likes cake. In goes Wagstaff and bowls, brings Cox forward, getting to the pitch of it, defending it back down to Wagstaff.
I'd probably prefer the ants than the cake.
We could leave that here over the winter.
Oof.
Goodness knows what it'd look like in here. Wagstaff is in, slap driven in the air by Cox, who reached for it. Unfortunately for Wagstaff and for Derbyshire, there was nobody in at cover. There was an extra cover and a backward point. And Cox picks up the runs that Leicestershire needed and have needed for some time to get a batting bonus point. They move on to 250 for 7 off 70 overs.
That could make all the difference at the end of the season, that bonus point. It won't, but it'll make a scrap of difference.
Fox, if you're listening to us on the radio now, because the stream has been driving people bonkers today, essentially.
Well, that's the way I do it anyway, Foxy, if I was you. Here's David Lloyd from the pavilion end, bowling to Ben Cox, who pushes this out into the offside, which Wagstaff runs around to do. And there is no. Now it's the final 10 overs of the East play. Lloyd, next delivery, pushed into the offside again by Cox. Once more, it's Wagstaff who does the fielding.
A few people are going to be frozen in their seats by the end.
Yes, I think I might wear my hat again to do the post-match or post-day's play interview. As Lloyd bowls, that one is edged past Wayne Madsen down towards very fine third man for 4 runs.
Get a second slip in.
254 for 7, Cox up to 24. Still just 2 extras, remarkable. I know we've established it's not a stretch of the imagination, but it's still very impressive. Have so many runs off the bat.
Second time that's happened in the last 3 overs from Lloyd, I think.
Would you need the 2 men on the offside? Probably not. Here is Lloyd again. Cox leaves that one alone outside the off stump to go through to Guest. Move Wayne Madsen a little bit round. I don't know. Wayne knows what he's doing. He's been standing there for 30 years. Like bobbed out into the offside, full delivery. Again, it's Wagstaff who does the fielding. They almost don't need an Aaron Donald where he is at the moment, because the ball is going much squarer than mid-off. That one's down the leg side. And taken by Brooke Guest, dancing away to his left-hand side, end of the over. 254 for 7. 15 runs off the last 5 overs. Wickets falling, sun setting.
On the season as a whole.
Not entirely sure why we're here, really, but it's good to be here, obviously. I don't want to suggest that I'd rather be anywhere else. Certainly quite glad I didn't go to Blackpool. In all
Been
honesty.
cold at Blackpool.
Cold.
Football
It's
ground.
been raining as well up in the northwest, which is a surprise to everybody. Chucked it down last night in Birkenhead.
Wagstaff, who's probably bowling as well as he's in the pool forward round it towards short leg. There isn't a short leg, of course, but bowls. Back goes Scriven. I wonder if he's got a googly or can bring one back. The leg spinner. Scriven worked it away, again not entirely convincingly off stump out towards Donald in the covers. Hard to tell from this angle with bowling it, but tosses that one right up, reaches it on the low full toss. Scriven clips it in the air, sort of on drives it in the air out towards mid-on, and there's a few hands on heads because it was in the air for a good few feet as it made its way out towards Chapel at mid-on. Wagstaff is in, back goes Scriven, and he's going to pick up a run there. He pushes it in front of Point, who somehow manages to miss it there, Martin Anderson.
I just wonder if he's carrying something. He didn't want to go down. He didn't want to slide for that one, did he? It appeared.
The weight of the world on his shoulders.
Yes, he does look a bit like that, doesn't he? Bless him.
At the moment, Harry came in to complete the fielding. There was always, I think, a run there for Scriven, and he took it. Cox had to be persuaded. Wagstaff in to Cox, who's forward, pushing the ball back up the pitch to Wagstaff. Who turns to complete his over, his 9th bowls. Back goes Cox, defends into the onside. 255 for 7 after 72. Umpires disinclined to show any mercy.
No, just make us stay till the end. 8 hours to go. Just looking at the Derbyshire averages, and it hadn't occurred to me until I looked at them that only 3 players in the first team squad who've played in the county championship haven't bowled, which is mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Donald hasn't, Brooke Guest, the wicketkeeper, hasn't, and Matt Lamb, whose injury would have precluded him from bowling. They're the 3 who haven't bowled this season. That's remarkable.
20 years of representation.
256 for 7. Cox back on strike. Lloyd bowls to him. That's a full delivery. That's just pushed gently out into the offside.
And Green's debut means 23 have represented Leicestershire this season in first-class cricket.
It's a lot, isn't it? Lloyd, and again, that one is pushed through, as they say, and it's taken behind the stumps after Cox leaves it by Brooke Guest.
Just realised this isn't Harry Swindle's first-class appearance. He made one other this season.
And comes Lloyd again, bowls. That one is defended by Cox. Back towards the Derbyshire skipper, the North Walian.
He played at home to Middlesex in the win.
Huh?
The one and only win.
Yeah, Derbyshire with 1 win as well, but too many defeats, unfortunately. Lloyd around the wicket, bowls a medium pace, straight delivery that's taken by Brooke Guest. His beloved Wrexham drew 0-0 at Orient today, David Lloyd. Well, they might not be top anymore, that'd be funny. They're not.
Who else made one appearance? Vian Mulder. Played at Sussex.
It's just Nick Potts made one appearance. He's the only one who's made one appearance, injured soon after. Bowled 9 overs for 36 when he was picked as a bowler. 256 for 7. Leicestershire. 1 ball of the Lloyd over to go. He's got struck back to him by an for 7. The umpires did not look at each other. Yeah, we'll crack on. Plough on. Why not?
I can think of 1 or 2 reasons, but not to worry. Stick with my aim. Not far away. We're coming on with pads for another couple of fielders because Scriven hasn't looked comfortable against Wagstaff. He's been going forward and playing with his pad as much as his bat. So we have to have a delay. Well, the whole caboodle comes out, which could have been done between overs, or
yeah, could have been.
You know, as you say, the 12th man could have come out and fielded. Well, the 5 lives to who's put on then?
Donald.
Yeah, he was kind of Harry Kemp, I think. These pads. Chase through. Back up. Why is this? Does the helmet himself?
And glasses.
He's gone in short leg. I mean, they like the way Scriven's playing, but could in those like backs, Scriven works it past right hand of Donald. Square more. Donald have on, sheds the helmet.
Before he took it off.
His trousers, takes off his pads. Lobs the helmet to Guest, who in turn, rugby style, passes it to the master of sport himself. Sports master. There you go. Wagstaff is in, and also he out a leg before, but I think possibly did as a sort of gesture from Neil, which really, but he was telling the bowler why he give it.
Yeah.
But with some crying out loud. Sorry, but Donald, having retreated for 1 ball and taken his helmet off, now comes back in for the next ball. So this over from Wagstaff, we've only had 3 balls of it.
Going on a
massive
bit.
field
Isn't it?
changes for each one, and Cox has to check his guard and bowls. Goes on right. He's still wary, careful. Clips it to Lloyd at mid-wicket. Pat Brown claps his hands at sort of deepish leg gully position. Wagstaff is in, well bowled. I think that was the googly because his action changed a little bit there, his hand action. But Cox was able to get to the pitch of the ball and smother it out into the offside. So well bowled again. 257 for 7, 6 overs remain, 3 minutes to 6 is the time.
Yeah, I've no idea. Is the simple answer to that. He's only bowled 23 overs all season.
It's a good bet then that 10 in a row is
will be the most he's bowled.
But I think I've been quite impressed with him.
Yeah, no, he's going to be decent. As Mitch Wagstaff, you just hope he gets. He's only just 21 earlier this month, and of course a graduate from the academy. Bowling from the pavilion end, Scriven, who goes back and guides the backward square to the outside. They go through for the single, and they move on to 2, move on to 4. Didn't make his first appearance until 2023. That game was at Scarborough. Maiden 50 in the same game and career best of 78 down at Cardiff. That's Lloyd around the wicket to Cox with 2 slips in place, and Cox defends this one into the offside. There is no particular secret thing. I thought this season that Lloyd bowls again. That's a full delivery that's pushed back towards him by Cox. He's on 24. Scriven has 4, 258 for 7. Lloyd in again, bowls. That one is driven, but straight to an Aaron Donald, who fields and then throws the ball back to Lloyd in one motion because he knows that it's irritating Richard how long he's taking to do everything out there.
Not his fault, really, but he's just doing what he's told, isn't he?
Well, that's never been an excuse as the ball comes off the bottom edge of the bat down towards fine leg. They're going to get a couple of runs for this one. He went for the sweep shot there, Cox, and comes back comfortably for 2 more to move on to 26 to 62 for 7. Now he moves to 24 apparently because it was leg buys. And it's 260. He stays on 24 and it's 260 for 7. They get late early. Here's Lloyd again, bowls. That's another full delivery. And it is defended by Cox down the ground, picked up by Lewis Rees, the hatless Lewis Rees. 260 for 7 at the end of the over, 5 to go. Pat Brown was doing the lucky hands in the air then. It doesn't work, but he was doing it. Harry Moore is practicing his batting out at deep backward square leg. It's getting quite gloomy out there.
Well, it is. I was going to and that would be that, but not hit 3. Bonus point. Wagstaff has bowled nicely too. Can bowl Scriven. Wanted to squeeze through Scriven. Wasn't that short? And it well hurried. He's got to know as well. One that hurries on. Scriven just kept it out. Back goes Wagstaff. Back goes Scriven. Slightly shorter this time. And outside off stump Scriven punching it out into the offside. But a good stop by Harry Kame in the covers. Means Scriven remains on 4. Wagstaff bowls, brings Scriven forward. He's really enjoying himself here, I think, and he's you've been able to see his confidence increasing as the spell has gone on. Bowls, tosses it up nicely, and Scriven tries to clip it into the leg side, slightly overreaches himself and ends up rather shoveling it out towards Lloyd at mid-wicket. Wagstaff is in, slow delivery, and Scriven had to wait for it and push it back down the pitch to Mitch Wagstaff. Who turns, bowls, again Scriven just sort of gets himself in a little bit of a tangle with his legs, clipping it out towards mid-on. And there's no, I think that's the second 21 though.
We'll continue from the pavilion end. He'll bowl 2 of the remaining 4 overs, and presumably Wagstaff will bowl the other 2. Of course, if a wicket falls in the final over, we all go off. We facing at the pin, obviously Lloyd of it. Just what field trying to have in it. Come out and Donald got leg lip. Spin a leg lip. Just use field out into that the outside. Pat Brown. Next, Lloyd delivery is pushed into the side by Cox, and they jog through for a single. He moves to 25, 261 for 7. The game has ground to a halt as far as scoring is concerned. 6 runs off the last 5 overs. Further diminishing the prospect of any kind of exciting finish to the season. But why would there be an exciting finish to the season? We haven't been excited at any other point in it. It would be absurd to be excited on the last day. There was a moment's excitement when they beat Glamorgan, but that soon dissipated when they continued to lose heavily. To Scriven, who pushes this one into the offside. Brown fields. They're the ones you can build on. Scriven White goes back and edges this one to backward point. It's fielded by Zach Chappell. He ought to put his hands in the air fairly soon, Zach, to get some luck. Did it for an entire over in the last match. Lloyd bowls. That one is clipped back towards him. Hits the floor quite quickly, in actual fact. 1 ball to go in the Lloyd over. And it was a slog sweep. Big appeal for leg before wicket. He's gone, and Lloyd's got another. Scriven went for the slog sweep, missed it, thudded into his pad, and Lloyd picks up another wicket. Remarkable. He now has 3 for 42, and Leicestershire at 261 for 8. Scriven goes for 4.
They've looked really poor against the spin, but it's been well bowled by Lloyd and Wagstaff. The longer it's gone on, the better it's got in those terms. Perhaps there is a little bit in the pitch for them, but Leicestershire haven't covered themselves in glory.
Bowled out.
And they've gone from, well, at one stage they're 207 for 3.
207 for 3 to 261 for 8.
So that's 54 for 5.
It's the excitement of the final game of the season. That'll be it now. They'll be when they're at the bottom left, even leaving most. What you do at Sun's Stinfield watching people like it.
I do witness it. I admit not, but
but you'd be noticeable because people would say, "Oh yeah, I remember him being there. He was the one." Himself a Falconer. Throw it out. They certainly won't bat.
Derbyshire have to 1 over to face.
No, they can't now, can they?
If it finishes in this over,
you'd lose the whole of this one, and then Derbyshire won't have to then go all up for his luck. That's
realising that Cox had actually stretched in for plenty of that. Wagstaff bowls. Cox forward again. but he's absolutely hitting his lines and lengths beautifully. And say for a leg spinner who hasn't bowled that much, it is, he says, tempting fate, remarkably consistent. Almost drops in and is again, line and length and on the money. Cox can only stretch forward and defend. Well, doesn't have to do it, but if he wants to stay safe. One or two jocular remarks out there from the Derbyshire fielders. Probably slightly surprised themselves to find themselves in this position. Wagstaff is in, gives it plenty of air. There's a bit of a loop as well. Cox again, bat rather in front of Pat as he stretched forward to that. Donald completed the fielding. That short leg. Wagstaff in again. Sort of does Cox a bit in the flight. Jams it out. There isn't much turn for him on that occasion, and Cox jams it out into the offside, where Kame is the fielder. Wagstaff is in. Cox is back again, a little uncertainly, and it's another very good maiden from Mitch Wagstaff. His third in 12 overs on the bounce. The 12 overs, that is. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 21. Wholly admirable stuff.
Second maiden on the bounce. Yeah. Well, they haven't really capitalised from being 120 without loss, have they, Leicestershire? I think it's fair to say. And if there was something hanging on this match, and it was day one, checks the protector in on. You realise it there. Often the small air of the ball goes quick wee way. Further in ball to Sam Wood, yes, thank you. Wood, I forgot his first name. Pushed out offside, no run. Wood waits. And Lloyd bowls him a full toss that he manages just to push into the onside where it's fielded by Zach Chappell.
Batted very nicely at Northampton. His last innings was an unbeaten half century.
And he pushes this one out into the offside quite nicely. Pat Brown fields, it jumped on him a little bit as he went down to field that one. He's got good hand-eye coordination though, Pat. And goes Lloyd again. That one is left.
And it turned.
Bale was whipped off by Brooke Guest. Wood had gone nowhere.
Maybe out of the footholds, but
he's pushing Martin Anderson out to the backward point boundary, and he's pushing Harry Moore back at backward square leg, and this next delivery is left alone by Wood to go through to the keeper. So one more ball left in the day for David Lloyd, who's got 3 for 42 in 15 overs and 5 balls. This spell, though, has been particularly impressive. 3 for 21 in 8.5. And he comes in to bowl to Wood, who leaves that one alone. It goes through to Brooke Guest. It's the end of the over. We've got 6 deliveries to go. Cox has 26. Wood has faced a men over. Well, 21 particular spell. 261 for 8.
Best bowling of the season for him. 2
Is
for
it?
before.
Yeah.
First time he's taken 3 wickets in an innings this season.
And in his career, 4 for 11.
Oh, okay.
So this is his best. That would have been medium pace, though, I would imagine.
He was sniffing a 5 for there. Maiden 5 for. But it won't happen today if it happens at all. Wagstaff.
The most best bowling figures, 2 for 21.
Oh, who knows? He bowled 2 8 it's first 4 balls from him. Pat Brown, the more good from towards leg. Keep it just to 1 in the end. Really good work. I suspect Wagstaff won't be entirely unhappy that he's got the new man to bowl at. The last 5 balls of the day. Does mean we have a lot of change in the field, And another delay for Wagstaff in bowls. Wood is all solid. The first half century. As Wagstaff tosses out, he drives, squirts off a thick outside edge. It's running down through about fourth slip, down towards third man. Moore looking reasonably fresh, as a teenager should.
Yeah.
Two.
Over there.
3 balls to go as Wagstaff is in. Wood is back, defending back up the pitch. Good day for Derbyshire. Can they pick up one more? Pick up the third final bowling? Oh, sorry, I shouldn't. BBP. Probably work out the code.
Yeah, they can get as many as they like, really.
The drill goes on as round the wicket goes Wagstaff and bowls. Oh my goodness, that didn't miss anything by very much, but it did miss everything. Just nothing to guess.
In the game of 2 forfeits, 180 runs.
Classic, well done, Gloss.
All out for 189.
I bet, oh, goodness me. In goes Wagstaff and bowls a beauty that goes past the outside edge again, and that is the end of the day's play. 80 overs that I have to admit this time tomorrow I didn't think we'd have a chance of getting, but fair play to the umpires and the players. They managed a pretty full day's play, and we might get the same again tomorrow. The lights go
Blimey, they are short of
off.
cash, aren't they?
Get them off. They do cost plenty per hour, though.
Well, they do, but, you know.
Might get the players off the field. It is still just about light enough for them to find their way. They can look to the lights in the pavilion and walk towards the lights, boys.
Blimey.
264 for 8, Cox 26, Wood 2 with
Yeah, I think so. That's 20 not lost. Looked as if we were there all day, and any reward of a catch down. Right, where this can go, I have no idea. I'm not sure anyway. All in a meaningful. Find it, Mark. Pay.
From Fletcher and stuff, it's a very good night.